What's up, everybody? My name is Ryan, and I, along with my friend ABNDGO, am working on a project, an NFT project on Solana blockchain called Lit Jesus. So tonight we are going to be taking the initial paintings that ABNDGO has done and working on cutting them out in Photoshop and creating the layers that we're going to need to put into our Python script, which will comp together the final images for Lit Jesus. So this is our first time going live. We, as a team, want to show as much of our process as possible of turning fine art paintings into generative NFTs. Or I don't know if these are technically generative NFTs. Some people might call them PFP or avatar NFTs, kind of similar to CryptoPunks, Pudgy Penguins, or on Solana, Degenerate Ape Academy, Ape Shit, etc., etc. The main differentiator, the main difference between our NFTs and other NFTs is that rather than being digital art, we're making them all 100% from actual fine art paintings that ABNDGO is painting on canvas. And so to do the artwork for these NFTs, it's actually quite the process of painting, and then there's both a long process of painting, but then also some digital work that must be done in Photoshop to make it possible to turn them into NFTs. So this is our first live session. We're going to do this kind of along the way to show our process as much as we possibly can so that artists in the future can replicate it. So let me just make sure we're live here, make sure everything's working properly. And then I will start opening the files and I will walk through it with you. Let me text ABNDGO, tell him I'm live. I'm going to post this link on Twitter. We're going to post it in our Discord. We have a Discord community. If you were to go to our Twitter or our Instagram, which is just twitter.com, instagram.com/thereallitjesus. The links in the bio will send you to our Discord. We're trying to grow our community there, and hopefully develop a vibrant community around this art and these NFTs. Let me make sure that we are streaming live. YouTube.com. What is the live link? All right, we are live. There's the link. I see it. So I'm going live by using this Streamlabs software. I've never used it before. Makes my whole computer super slow. So I'm going to need Google Drive where ABNDGO and I share all of our files. We are going to also need to open Photoshop, which I do not have open yet. Let me make my computer a little faster. We do not need VS Code today, Splice, Spotify, or Terminal. Let me open up Photoshop. We will go to our drive. It does look like we are streaming live right now, my friends. But I want to post this link on Discord and Twitter, so hopefully people join in. Again, what we're doing in this live stream is I'm going to take the initial paintings that ABNDGO has made of Jesus, of some tattoo images, some backgrounds, and I'm going to be creating the initial file that will ultimately be what we use to put in a Python script that will generate 777 NFTs for our first collection called Genesis for our project Lit Jesus. Again, they're generative NFTs that are made from fine art paintings. I don't know if they're technically generative NFTs. If to be generative, it means that the computer has to create them totally. So I don't know exactly what to call them. Forgive me, all the techie people, if these aren't specifically generative NFTs, or if they're somewhere in the middle, PFP NFTs or avatar NFTs, you know. But it's one of those NFT projects where we put out slight variations of the same image that are comped together with a script. So for the Python script to work, we essentially need to have a bunch of different attributes. We're going to have backgrounds, we will have hairstyles, we will have tattoos, we will have headgear or headwear, we will have accessories, kind of like jewelry, and we will have clothing. I think that's all of the attributes we have. And so for this to work, you have to isolate the images in Photoshop. So all of the different attributes need to be isolated. So the body of Jesus, the head, or the hair, or the tattoos, they all need to be on their own separate layers that are isolated with a transparent background. So all of the individual attributes will end up being transparent PNGs. But there's a lot of considerations that need to be made for this project. Specifically, something that we're doing differently than other NFT projects is we're not remaining a purely digital art. So we're painting the NFTs first of all, so it's analog. But also when you get the final NFT, every single NFT that we sell is also going to be able to be redeemed. So basically just you prove that you have the NFT, and we will mail you a physical print, 12 by 12 print of the actual NFT. So that's another little thing that we're doing differently. So let me just post this link into Twitter and then into also Discord so people can join in if they'd like. And while I'm getting that set up, so because we need to print these NFTs, this adds an order of complexity to the actual files that we have to create for this initial Photoshop file. You know, for NFTs themselves, because they are digital and they don't need to be printed, for the most part, I think that people, especially that are just like making JPEGs and putting those in NFTs, they're pretty small, you know, maybe like 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, something like that. But because we are printing them 12 by 12, this adds a little bit of complexity to the original file. Obviously, with NFTs, part of the consideration that needs to be made is the size of the file, because all of the files need to be stored somewhere, whether if it's on IPFS, the Interplanetary File System, or if you store them on Arweave, which we're going to be doing in our case because we're on Solana, or no matter what, you need to host the images somewhere. And hosting and the cost of hosting really depends on the size of the files. And so with NFTs, you know, most people are trying to get the file size down to the smallest they can possibly get it to save money on hosting, obviously. But for us, we need to actually print the images. So it's a little bit more challenging. It's a little bit more complicated. But I think that what we're going to do here is we're going to start with an image that's maybe, I think to print a 12 by 12 image, the printer will need it 12 by 12, at least 150 DPI, so that's 1800 pixels by 1800 pixels. Let me post this in our Discord. 1800 by 1800 and 150 DPI. I am live on YouTube, preparing some Lit Jesus files. Come hang out. Poster. All right, post it on Discord. We can get rid of that. Post it on Twitter. And then we will get to work. Sweet. All right, back to Photoshop. So, as I was saying, we need to print these images. They need to be 12 by 12. Most printers, especially digital printers, the files really only need to be 150 dpi or dots per inch. 300 dots per inch is better, but 12 by 12 is not that big, so 150 will work for our purposes. Dots per inch do not matter on the internet, and they do not matter for digital files. But I think starting with bigger, having the file size be bigger to start is better, because you can always make the image smaller. It's much harder to scale the image. You don't want to scale the image up and have the quality be degraded because you started too small. So I'd much rather have the image start bigger and have to scale it down. ABNDGO, how we're doing this is ABNDGO is taking photos on a DSLR in high res. And so no matter what, those are going to be big, high quality files, no matter where we start. So I think I'm going to start at 3600 by 3600. If the files need to be 1800 by 1800 at 150 dpi, I think we can start 3600 by 3600 at 72 dpi, and that will be our starting file. So we're going to do it in a square. Most NFTs are in a square. I know that on Solana and Metaplex it's not quite a square. I forget what the image proportions are, but we're going to do it in a square because the prints are easy to do in square. Let's save our file. We are going to save our file. Lit Jesus Genesis images PSD Genesis. All right, so we saved our file. Now we have to go get our images from Google Drive, where ABNDGO has uploaded them. Google Drive. Okay. ABNDGO and I have been sharing videos here. We've been sharing, oh look, image 777. That must be the one that we need to use. I wonder if that's the new one. We're putting out 777 NFTs. It's a meme in itself. It's a Bible reference. And just so everyone knows, we're using the image of Jesus because Jesus is a very recognizable character, and we're trying to essentially portray the fact that divinity, spirituality, the higher consciousness, a higher power, whatever that animating force of life is that some people call the soul, the Hindus might call the Atman, Chinese might call the Tao, whatever that animating force of life is, that higher power, it exists in all of us. It exists in everything, all living entities, all living beings. Every culture has a version of this. And in Hinduism or in the East, they call this Brahman or Krishna, or there's a million different names for it. It's the animating force of life, or God. In the West, we call it God. Jesus is the representation of God and man in one life form. In other cultures, they call it different things. We thought that obviously because we live in America in the West, the most recognizable image of spirituality or higher consciousness or whatever it is Jesus. And so that's why we used the image of Jesus. We also just thought that Jesus made for the very best meme. We could have called this project Lit Buddha, which is cool, but I don't think it's quite as polarizing. It might not be quite as funny. There is a comedic aspect to this that we're hoping to achieve, to use comedy as a Trojan horse to spread cool art and, hopefully a good message. So in Google Drive, I think he puts them in pictures. I have to download our images here, get them in Photoshop, and then essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to start cutting out the images and isolating them on the background. So he made, here we go, we got a hookah shell necklace, we got tattoos, we got a barbed wire head tattoo, kind of like Post Malone, we got some swallows, we got an 8-ball, we got a bunch of images of Jesus, we have backgrounds, we have a halo, we have the original image of Jesus. All right, so on this first run we should have the Solana summer glasses too. We want those. I'm texting ABNDGO, seeing if he has them. Now I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick so I can be in a good shape to start my Photoshop work. I'll be right back. Okay, so when you do this with a DSLR camera, like we are, you have to take a handful of images, a handful of pictures, so that you make sure that the angle is correct, the lighting is correct, and you get the crispiest, most in focus pictures possible so that we can print them. So right off the rip, let's see, these ones are the ones, these ones, the newest ones. The lighting doesn't look the greatest. This lighting here, I believe, is the most consistent even. But I think he added some details today. Yeah, this is the one I want to use. So I'll choose which one I want to use based upon the lighting and how crispy the focus is. It's like when I zoom into this picture of Jesus, he's pretty crispy. Now, I know that he changed the eyelash or the eyebrows today, and I do not believe that these are the newest form of the eyebrows. Again, for my purposes tonight, I'm going to be cutting out the images of Jesus with the pen tool. So because I'm using the pen tool in Photoshop and I'm creating a path, it's okay if I do not use the actual final one, because I can drop the eventual final one into the file and my paths will still be there. My paths will still be there. So because the lighting on these looks so good, and it's crispy quality too. The ones he did today, let's open these. Someone is asking in our Discord, what's with the 8-ball? What's with the 8-ball is that we were what's with the 8-ball is we were trying to make a bunch of traditional tattoos that were fast and easy to make, we might not actually use them all in the final images. They're supposed to be just like traditional tattoos. I think these are more of the final ones, but if you notice the difference in these images of Jesus, the lighting's a lot different. The background is darker. His hair is much darker. The robe is darker. And the lighting on over here on the left side is not quite as consistent as it is over here on the right side, which I can adjust that in Photoshop pretty quickly and easily. However, for the purposes of this project, I'm trying to do the very least amount of Photoshop work as possible, so that we can have that claim that, you know, this is 100% fine art. And we're only using the computer really to get to the final NFT. Ooh, these are good though. Oh, I think these are the new ones. These look like the new eyebrows. Yeah, they are. But see how when you zoom in on this one, the focus isn't quite as crispy. ABNDGO is saying, oh, 806 through 814 are the new ones. Yes, sir. I am on. Like, this is the thing about these projects. At NFT size, like, this image is crispy enough, but we're printing it. This is 806. We're printing it, and so at print quality, this isn't going to be the crispiest print. At NFT size, it's totally cool. Let's see, we got a bunch of them. We have about 8 of them. I'm sure out of 8 of them, there's ones that are super crisp. Zoom in. So as of today, I believe ABNDGO is done painting Jesus. And so one of these could end up being the final image if it is super crisp. I'm just going to go through them real quick to see how crispy. You know what's funny with this project was this original painting of Jesus was supposed to just be a test. We were going to go with a different style that's like a little bit more stylized, colored. But after asking around and showing the painting to a bunch of people, it seemed the consensus was that this was the way to go. So this is the first painting that actually ended up being the final version, which is really cool. It's funny how that works. There's a Buddhist concept of creativity in Shambhala Buddhism, and it's called first thought, best thought. It's the first creation that you make, or the first idea in creativity. Buddhism's all about not being neurotic and not being trapped in your mind and not worrying and not being anxious. And so the most pure works of art are from a place inside you that's not anxiety ridden. And so the Buddhist master Chogyam Trungpa, he's got this concept of first thought, best thought. You just create, and the very first thing that comes out is the idea. You know, in the West, we're a lot more neurotic with our art. So I'm actually really stoked that this image of Jesus ended up being the final image. This one's pretty crispy. I think this one will get the job done. I'm zoomed in pretty big. Like, I think that one might work. I would like it to be a little crispier. And what's with this bend right here in the background? Is that in all of them? This little bend here? We're going to have a bunch of different backgrounds, so it might not matter. I can also Photoshop that if I need to. I'm not sure it matters. It's weird. I wonder if that's in all of them. That's 811. So 811's the best one so far. Oh yeah, look, that bend is in all of them. Interesting. Let's see here. 810. 811's the crispiest. 810 is also the same level of crispiness. I would say. Pretty good. That and NFT on your phone will look wicked good. Yeah, I think 810 is now my vote for the crispiest. Again, when I'm doing this Streamlabs thing, my whole computer runs super slow, so sorry it's taken a while to go through this Google Drive here. Ooh, I like the background of this. The lighting seems the best so far. 809. Let's see how crispy. Oh, look at the crispiness of that shit. Way, way crispy. All right, 809 is the one. What? But there's a fly on it. There's a fly on the painting. Look at that. On 809, there's a fly right here. Of course there is. All right, let's see if 808, I can get rid of that fly if I have to. Fucker. That's annoying. What are the odds? It's in this one too. It's in 808 too. Not quite as crispy, but the fly's there. The fly's in 807 too. Ooh, love the lighting on that one. The fly. ABNDGO. If you're watching, did you realize there's a fly chilling on the painting? Alright, we're going to have to Photoshop the fly out. There's no other way. 809 it is. Super crispy. I'm choosing 809, everyone, my friends, because it is the most in focus out of all of them. It's the most, might not be the most even lighting, but I'm not necessarily right now. The lighting's close enough to where it will totally work and it's awesome. We're just going to have to get rid of the fly. So 809 it is. Let's download that to our folder. He took it in CR2, which is, I think, Canon's version of RAW. So we'll download the image. I'm going to download that. Now let's get Lit Jesus Genesis images. Now he's got the halo painted separate for me. Because remember, in these PFP or avatar NFT projects, you have multiple different backgrounds. And so this halo, because it's on the background, we have to cut all these images out, which I'll start showing you in a minute. So we're going to cut and isolate the Jesus himself, and then we're going to be left with the background. Because we're going to have a bunch of different hairstyles, headgear like hats, this halo background may not work. This halo might only work with this specific hairstyle. And so to mitigate some of that, it helps us a lot to be able to have the halo isolated on its own. It also helps us to have the full version of the halo because there may be, I think we have decided actually, there'll probably be, out of this collection of 777 NFTs, there may be one of them that is super special, that's animated in 3D space and has some music to it. And if we do that, having the full image of the halo is very necessary so that we can put it into Z space, it's called. When you just have a flat image, it's hard to do the animation because you'll see the gaps between the head and the halo. So having the halo by itself is great. Let's get these backgrounds. So I'll start with the image of Jesus. Let's just start there, and then I'll come get some of this stuff later. So let's get rid of this Streamlabs. We'll start with the image of Jesus, and we'll start there. Genesis, images. Open in Photoshop. So now, because it's a RAW file, it should open up the camera raw dialog in Photoshop. Also, taking the images in RAW is, for anything you do when you use a DSLR camera, is always going to get you the best results. There's more color information, there's just more data in a RAW file. So in Camera Raw, you'll see right here, Camera Raw, it opens it up and you can adjust all of the different the temperature, the tint, the exposure, contrast, highlights, shadows. If you ever use Lightroom, it's kind of like all the same parameters as that Lightroom shows you. I'm actually, for our purposes right now, not going to do any of this, and I'm just going to open the file. So this will open it in a different Photoshop file. I'm going to copy the image, and I'm going to paste it into our Genesis file. It should be much bigger than the Genesis file. Oh, it's not much bigger than the Genesis file. How big is the camera raw file? It's 5,150 and 84 pixels wide at 300 dpi. And I made this file 3,000 by 3,600 by 3,600 at 72, which is much bigger than we need it. But again, I'm starting bigger, and we will make it smaller for our final file, but we're just going to start bigger than we need. All right, so this will be the approximate composition. This part right now is very important because this is the actual composition that we're going to use for the final NFT. So this, we need to nail this. So that's where that's about how he painted it. He had pieces of tape here where you can see the line on the bottom was a piece of tape. He originally had a piece of tape about there, but I want to show the whole halo. We want to show his shoulders, I think. We can always add more in the background, but I don't want to go adding stuff. We want this to be true to the original painting. I think right around there is cool. As a designer, I always get like super anal about this stuff. Like if there's too much or too little, like these tiny little spaces on the, like these couple inches of gold on the right hand side. But for this image, I really don't think it matters at all. No one will notice. I'm just really, really anal. The very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this fly because it's going to bother the shit out of me. How I get rid of the fly, you can do this multiple ways. I'm going to do it with the clone stamp tool. The clone stamp tool essentially takes pixels from any area that you want. So where my brush is right now, you can see if I hit option, that selects the area you want. So now when I go over the image of the fly, it's going to take the pixels from that area, click it, and now the fly's gone. And that's pretty easy clone stamp. Now the fly's gone. Cool, bro. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out. I'm going to make a cutout for Jesus himself. So I'm going to cut around his shoulders. I'm going to cut around his hair. So just like the basic outline of Jesus. So his shoulders, his hair, all the way around his head, his hair, and his shoulders. That's going to be the first cutout that I do. And to do this, again, you can do this a variety of ways, kind of like anything with art, with graphic design, with coding. There's many different ways that you can get to the final result. I actually already tested this out before on some of the images that ABNDGO had sent, and I tried a variety of ways. When you do cutouts, you usually want to use the pen tool, which in Photoshop you can hit P to get to the pen tool, or it's down here. The pen tool creates a vector path, which for the purposes of Lit Jesus is a good idea because we can use this vector path. Let's say ABNDGO sends me, he said like, yo, he looks at this painting next week. He thinks like, I got to do a different version of this, or I got to add some more details to this. By using a vector path, next week ABNDGO can send me a new image of the exact same painting, and I will have the cutout already ready to go. And this work that I do right now will not be a waste of time next week if he wants to add more details. Whereas if you're going to do something like use the lasso or the eraser tool, which you could do, and it actually might give you a slightly more natural look in this case because it's a painting, and a painting is not going to have hard edges. When you use the pen tool is going, which you'll see when I start cutting it out, the pen tool is going to give you a very hard edge by default. Now you can feather the edge, which I'll show you as well. You can feather the edge, but it's going to be a very consistent feather. A painting is not consistent. A painting doesn't have a hard edge. A painting doesn't have a consistent feather. A painting has all of this texture, as you can see on the outline of Jesus. You can see how the painting has, you know, this natural texture. That's what makes paintings in real art really cool. And so this edge here is not perfect. And if you're using the lasso tool, for example, so the lasso, if you just hit L, or up here, it's on your toolbar, up here, the lasso tool, you can make very jagged cuts super simple and easy and quick, like I'm doing right now. So what I'm doing is I'm just moving the lasso really quick, and you can get a jagged cut perfectly around this line very easily, and it looks pretty natural. If I'm going to do it with the lasso, I'm also going to use it with the lasso and an eraser, which you just hit E to get to the eraser real quick in Photoshop. And I'm going to erase some of it to look a little bit less jagged. So the lasso and the eraser technique for this kind of cutout on a real painting is probably going to give you a more natural look. However, when it comes to cutouts in Photoshop, when you're cutting out anything, when you're doing any sort of photo manipulation, the pen tool is probably the way you want to go, because you have a path that you can use moving forward. It's not destructive. When you're using the lasso and the eraser, it's a destructive edit, and so you can't, unless you have enough undo states, you can't go back and change it. You're kind of stuck. So I'm going to use the pen tool to do my cutout. I'm going to pick an area to start, which I'm just going to start in the bottom left, and I'm going to go all the way around. When you use this pen tool, you kind of have to make decisions about where are you going to cut a little inside of the edge or a little outside of the edge. I usually go a little inside of the edge so that I have some breathing room. But again, the pen tool is not destructive, so I can make this entire cutout. I can turn it into a selection, cut out Jesus, and if I don't like, let's say, an aspect of the cutout that I made on his hair, I can go back and I can change it, and that's what's beautiful about the pen tool. And this cutout is going to take me probably a good 30 minutes, so let's just start. When I do cutouts, I do this thing where I'm constantly rotating the canvas. When people see me do design, they're like, what are you doing, bro? Like, I will spin the canvas around. Like, something I do to, like, see a composition and tell if it's, like, in the center, if it looks good, if it's visually pleasing, I just, like, take the rotate tool and I'll just flip it really good. And this is how I, like, kind of tell if the composition is right. If it, I don't know, it helps me see the image in a new way. So when we hit P to get to our pen tool, we place our first point somewhere, then a shape layer is created. When we create this shape layer, it will be filled in. So I go to the fill and I turn the fill down all the way, or we'll start getting in our way. So what we're going to do is we are going to start drawing a path around the edge of Jesus. You click and you hold down and you drag, and that will drag. You can see you'll have these handlebars. I forget what the proper term for them is, but you can click and drag and the path will do different things. So what kind of like the idea is, you want to have these little handlebars be trending towards where your path is going to go, and we will just, I'm going to do the down and dirty cut first. So the down and dirty cut is like, it might not be the final path that I'm going to create. See, in here we have some choices to make. There's not a hard edge necessarily. So I'm going to go kind of like just where I think the hard edge would be. you'll see when I'm done with this that I am very anal about my cuts, but you don't necessarily have to be. Especially because this is going to be an NFT. It's going to be viewed for the most part online and in small file sizes. Like, no one is going to see these fine details. Like this line, like when you paint, there's these beautiful textures. People aren't going to see that on the final NFT. And, you know, just being a designer, I know it's there, and so having a hard cut like really drives me nuts, but it's kind of just part of the considerations that need to be made for these kinds of things. And so here, one of the considerations that needs to be made in this area is, am I going to go all the way over here with the cut, or am I going to go up to there? I think that this is technically part of the not his hair, and so I'm going to go where I think his shirt would be to where his hair is. I'm going to cut. And again, kind of like I try to do the down and dirty quick cut. I'll rotate my canvas. I'll get the cutout, and then lots of times what I'll do is like I'll get the cutout, and then if it's not perfect, then I'll use the destructive edits. These are the kinds of things that you have to make sure you get. Ooh, shit. What happened to my... Did I just erase my entire cut? Redo. Where did my pen tool go? Oh, it's there somewhere. Oh, there we go. So the bigs on your... What did I do to it? The big spaces on cuts are not the issue. It's when you round these corners, when you have tight corners, when you go around things, like that's what matters. And also, when you're cutting something out, what you want to be careful of is that you don't have these hard points. So what you do to make sure you don't have any hard points is I'm on a Mac, so I press Command to get rid of the actual points themselves, and you can just see the path. When I just see the path, it looks like this point right here. I can make it a little softer. But when you're adjusting one point, it will adjust the path in a different spot, and so you kind of just gotta ease her in there. With the pen tool, it takes a little bit of practice, but honestly, the pen tool, if you're going to do design or do Photoshop or any kind of cutouts, is like a very necessary tool. My whole graphic design world, when I first started learning design and getting away from the lasso and getting on the pen tool, kind of changed my life. So you see how I just adjusted those points slightly, and now the path is much smoother. It's a nice little smooth path. And again, this is still rough down here. We'll go change it. But I also we'll change it when I get to the cutout, final cutout, and see how it looks like. See what it looks like. But again, I do want to try to, hopefully, if possible, retain some of the natural texture, if I can, in the final cut. So again, like when I first do this on the first pass, I just trying to kind of rough it in. I've been doing cuts for a long time, so I can rough them in pretty quick. If this is your first time in Photoshop or you haven't really used the pen tool before, it's going to take, there might be a little learning curve for you. So we're on his hair right now. We're just placing our vector points to create a path. And that's again in these little corners where you have to make a choice. Are you going to go for a hard point, or are you going to have that little round bezel or little round whatever that is? I usually go somewhere in the middle. If you make it too round, the cut will look weird. And again, guys, these are things that like I think that only a designer ever notices. But I don't know. I believe in excellence. I think that the energy you put into it's really important. And so if you, the creator or the artist or the designer, cares deeply about all of these little details, it can be felt. I think that's why like someone like Kanye, his music feels a certain way. Because he cares so much about the little details. He cares about, doing the best he can. He's not just another rapper just mumble rapping on the mic and freestyling in the booth. He really deeply cares. I mean, like that album he just put out. If you saw last week when he was putting out that album, when he was live streaming before he was about to put it out, he was still working on the album in the arena less than, I think, 24 hours before he put the album out. He was in the arena with a microphone still making changes to the album, making sure it's perfect. Channeling, I think Kanye, I don't know when it comes to Kanye and his music, like I know he's like doing it for God now, but I'm not Kanye, so I can't say what place inside himself is he like channeling what he's calling the Holy Spirit, or is it Kanye making the music? I'm not sure. So again, right here on the head, like we have a little bit of this is a mixture, like to me it looks like it's his hair, but it's the gold leaf at once, so like where do I want to cut it? Because we're going to have the halo on its own layer, I probably want to stick to the inside of his hair. Lots of times I'll zoom out and say, what does it look like when I'm zoomed out? It looks like I should stay on the dark part of his hair and cut inside this piece here. Sometimes to be able to see the path better, I will actually turn the opacity of the original image down. And sometimes I'll keep the background white. In this case, I think white's a little harsh, so I'm going to change the background to a dark background so that I can have a real clear picture of both the path and the image itself. You darken it a little bit. Now I have a much clearer picture of the path and the image, so my cutout will be more precise. So I'm just going up the hair. I think we're almost to the top of Jesus' head, which the top of Jesus' head puts us at about the halfway mark. And also, like for all the different things we're going to be doing with the tattoos and other elements, I don't think for this project I'm going to have to do this pen tool method on everything. There's also the magic wand tool that you can use for selections. The magic wand tool is really good for like if you have a consistent, here's another part of his head that's like this part of his head right here. It's like, do we want to keep that texture? I'm going to say no. So the magic wand tool is really good if you have like a very clean, consistent background around an image. So like if you scan an image and you have just a white, you can use the magic wand tool to remove the white very quickly. Photoshop actually now has so many new ways to do cutouts and get rid of backgrounds like that are one color very easily. I just am kind of still old school in my process. There's many different ways to do this stuff. I think for this Jesus part, the pen tool is still the way, even with some of the newer methods. Just because of what we're dealing with the halo and stuff. See, this is the part of the cutout that becomes challenging. Because, like, I would love to keep this texture, but I do not think I'm going to be able to. So I'm probably going to go inside all of it. I think if I do too much of a slopey line, or too much of this line here, too much of this dip, it might end up looking weird, but we'll try it. So like in certain areas like this, like what do I do in this? Do I have a hard point? If I'm going to do a hard point, it's got to be right around here. If I'm going to have a hard point, what I want to do is take this handle. I want to press Alt or Option, bring it down, make it smaller, and have it point in the direction of where I'm going to go next. So you'll see I have this hard point now right there. Again, you always want these handles kind of going in the direction of where you're going to go next. That's a really important part of the pen tool that you got to be cognizant of. So now I'm around, I think this is the hardest part of the cutout, this top part of his head. I think we might be in the clear. For the purposes of this live stream, I'll probably just stick with the first cutout I make. I might go back to it later, tweak it out, and refine it a little bit. But again, we're going to make the first test image of Lit Jesus. We're going to put some tattoos on Jesus. We're going to have Jesus with a couple different backgrounds. And we're going to have this version of Lit Jesus be wearing the Solana Summer Pit Viper glasses. Because anyone that's in the Solana community knows there was a little drama about that lately. We want to show our solidarity with Solana. If you don't know, Pit Vipers threw a little bit of a temper tantrum on Twitter because Solana made some knockoff Pit Vipers. As if no one's ever made knockoff glasses before. No one ever made knockoff Oakleys. I think I bought a pair of knockoff Oakleys when I was 7th grade in Quincy Market on the Boston trip. Might have been in 8th grade. I definitely did. Because Oakleys were so expensive. Maybe that's why people make knockoff Pit Vipers, is because they're expensive. I don't know how expensive they are. I'm assuming because they're trendy. Again, I'm cutting inside the hair instead of going right to the edge. So because I'm doing that, our isolated halo will end up being important. Because I do not believe that this halo and this background will work for all of the different forms of hair, headgear, etc. And all of the images that we use to put into our Python script need to all work together, because the Python script essentially chooses all of the images at random based upon the percentages we put into the script. So it'll be like, we want to print 777 images. Out of those 777 images that your Mr. Python script that you're going to put together for us at random, we want you to use this background this percentage of the time. We want to use this headgear, this hairstyle, this amount of percentage of the time. We want to use these accessories this percentage of the time, etc. And that's how you get ultimately the rarity calculation, which then lets the NFT investors know how rare the NFT they purchased is. And that's what's so cool about these NFT projects, these generative or PFP or avatar NFT projects, is it's a lot like collecting sports cards was back in the day, or sports cards still are now. You never know what you're going to get. And especially in the NFT world, it's like crazy, you know, like there have been NFTs on Solana recently. Solarians, apeshit. I think you're about to see it on steroids with this new Degen Ape Academy, but where, you know, they're selling for anywhere, the mint price is anywhere from 2 to 5 SOL. But then on the secondary market, they're selling for hundreds of SOL. And so that's the cool thing about these NFT projects, if you're an investor, is that you might get really lucky and get a super rare one and be able to instantly flip it for a great profit. And so kind of the thought process behind our NFTs is we want to keep the runs smaller, more limited, keep the supply down to hopefully make the demand higher, even for the you know, the more common ones. All right, so there's our basic cutout. When I get the basic cutout done, I now inspect it, making sure I don't have too many hard edges. Here I got this edge right here is more in alignment with what the painting actually is, which I want that effect on the final. So I'm going to keep it there. I did it on his hair here. I'm just making sure there's no hard points when I'm looking at it, other than maybe in these corners. But any of the things that are a little messed up or that I don't like about this cutout, I'm going to just use the eraser tool to clean it up. But so like right here, when I'm zooming in on this cutout, again, if you click off your shape layer or your path layer, this is a shape that we created, a vector shape. If you click off of it, the path will go away. So if you click command, or no, you don't need to hold down command. If you just click on the actual shape itself in the layer panel, you'll just see the path without the points. If you click then command and then click on the path, it will bring up your points again. I need to adjust it because I'm getting, in this area, I'm getting a little bit of the gold background, and I don't want the gold background. I actually want to go inside of the clothes if I can, so I don't have to use. So there we go. I think that's going to be our cutout for now. I'm going to go back and maybe update it later, but now we're going to change this to, instead of shape 1, we're going to call it body cutout. Body cut. Okay, now we're going to change this. I try to keep my Photoshop files organized. We're going to call this base Jesus. We will call this background. So now what we do is, now I have the cutout done. So what we do here is now we will click, I will hold down command and I will click. You command click inside of the actual shape layer. So not where the words are, but inside the actual box in the shape layer. And that will give you now this selection. On this selection, you can, I believe it's right click, and you can adjust the selection, which I'm not going to do. You can feather it. You can add, you can refine the shape. I never use any of those things. I don't feather anything. I make sure my cut's fire when I make it. Then now you're going to go down to base Jesus. I'm going to hit command and then command J, and that's going to give me actual Jesus. I now have him isolated on just a color background. And I'd say for the first cut, my friends, that's not bad. It's kind of fire. Now, again, so like things that really bother me on cutouts, although it's part of the image, like these slightly lighter edges, right? So like I didn't do perfect on the cutout here. So remember, now I'm going to use the eraser tool, which is destructive. And so that's why we have to Command J to create him on his own layer, because I don't want to destroy this original image. We want to keep this original image in case I want to go back, in case I fuck this up or I need to use it later. So I'm going to now use the eraser tool, and I'm just going to slightly be erasing the edges. The size of your brush really matters here. I'm going to slightly erase the edges to get rid of some of these unwanted pieces of the background that are still in the cut. Like this over here. This is a lot easier to do, this part with the eraser with a Wacom. My Wacom broke, so I don't have a Wacom right now. But a Wacom is like a pen tablet. This probably actually is probably super simple on an iPad too. I'm using a trackpad on a MacBook, and so it's a little harder. It's harder to get a very clean erase line, but it's all good. Again, I'm going to go back this and probably refine it off the live stream because I'm super anal. But for our purposes on the live stream, I think we're good. So the hardness of the brush matters too. You don't want an edge that's so hard that it hurts, but you want a little bit of a feather on the brush. But see, like you can see this brush is feathered, but too much of a feather, no bueno. So I would say we want to get somewhere in the maybe 80 range. You open up that panel, by the way, I hit 2 fingers on my trackpad and it pulls it up. I think it's when you're on the brush tool. If you're on a regular mouse, it would be a right click. So 80 I think is still too feathery. I want it a little harder. And this will really matter in the final image because right now on black you can't really tell. But if there's one part of his hair that's got a feather and the rest is like a super clean hard cut, it will be pretty noticeable. So you don't want that. Now, like sometimes I just erase the piece of the hair that like if you wanted to, technically in this part, you could come and like even change the shape of his head a little. You could kind of make it a little bit more beautiful. Like that. But by doing that, now this halo and this original image won't fit there. But again, we have the halo, so I'm not worried. But that I just did was the brush is a little feathered, so you know the feather brush, like when it's got that 10%, it's a little softer. I think actually really helps the cause. Maybe we'll go with like 5% because it's a painting. And on a painting, there aren't these super hard edges. Now again, this isn't something that anyone buying this NFT is going to notice. It's just something as the digital artist that really matters to you. And I want to look at the work. ABNDGO is saying reshaping the hair, making it more beautiful was the right move. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or if he's being serious. but you just slightly change the shape of the head the tiniest bit. He's saying that ABNDGO's saying he noticed the weird head shape during the stream. And yeah, bro, that's what we do. We got multiple eyes on it, and you can just tweak it out and make it slightly better. And these slight, I'm not going to do that. And these slight little changes make the overall product that much doper. ABNDGO's being serious. He likes it. Okay, good. Because this is his, we're collaborating on this project, and so when you're collabing with someone, I feel like you both, it's a balance, it's a collaboration, you both need to be happy. So we work really well together. We've been friends for a long time, so we kind of see eye to eye on a lot of things. So I think we're both going to be happy. I'm just trying to, as the doing the digital work on this, trying to really remain true to the original image, to the original painting. Because part of our like value proposition is that these NFTs are hand painted. And so any of this Photoshop work that I'm doing is just for the purposes of getting it into the NFT form. All right, I'm just gonna call that probably done for now. It's for the purposes of getting it into NFT form, not for the purposes of really changing the art, if that makes sense. But a little bit, when we change a little bit here and there, you know, in ways that are very insignificant, just makes it a tiny bit better. Shit like this down here pisses me off as the digital artist. This little white dot that no one will ever notice except for me. I want to make the brush hard here. And we're going to get rid of this little white dot. Clean up this little dot. I went too hard with the brush. Cool. Again, shit no one will ever notice. But I notice. Dope. Cool. Alright, I think we have our Jesus. Now we have a nice little path. So if ABNDGO wants to make changes to this, we can just throw the new version in to Photoshop and it should line up perfectly. So now I'll turn my opacity back up, and now we have Jesus. I'm going to save this file because nothing is worse than losing your work. Although now, you know, back in the day, in like when I started doing design, 2005, 6, 7, there was no autosave, there was no recovery feature. So if Photoshop unexpectedly quit, you lost your work. That's not how it works anymore. But I'm still in that mindset of saving a lot in case. So we're just gonna, I'm not gonna get too anal about this right this second. So now we have Jesus. Okay, so the next thing to do, I think, I'm gonna pull in some backgrounds. I'm gonna throw in some backgrounds. For the final, like when we're actually doing this, I'm gonna actually do more cuts. Like I'm gonna cut out this part of his robe here, the white parts of his robe, and I'm going to cut out the black parts of his robe so that we can possibly change those and make those other colors. Until I'm not going to cut out his beard or his chest or his face or anything like that until I have more images from ABNDGO to know what I'm dealing with. I want to see how the other hairstyles, we're going to have other hairstyles. There's going to be male pattern baldness. There might be a faux hawk. We decided on a bunch of them. I don't exactly remember what. But there's going to be a bunch of hairstyles. There's going to be different facial hair. He might have a stubble face or a clean shaven face or handlebar mustache face or whatever it is. Until I have that stuff and I know what I'm dealing with, I'm not going to worry about any of the cuts on his face. So because of that, I'm also tonight, I'm not going to worry about the cut of the kimono robe. I don't think. Although the cut of the kimono robe tonight would be helpful because of our tattoos, because then we can mask the tattoos inside of the robe. But I'm not going to do them right now. I'm going to do backgrounds next. So we're going to save our file. We have Jesus. So another thing we could do is we could command click on the path, and just for shits and gigs, we could command click on the path and we could erase Jesus out of the old layer, and now we would have just the background without Jesus on the other layer. I don't know why we would need that, but we can do that if we want. So we're going to go back. We don't need that shit. So I'm going to have an actual, for the purposes of my Photoshop file tonight, we're going to make folders. I try to keep everything super organized in folders. So I'm going to have background, which we're going to put our base Jesus in for now. Actually, base Jesus shouldn't go in the background. Or should he go in the background? No, we're going to have him on his own thing. We'll have him on his original. We're going to background. We're going to do the body. We're going to put the body cut in there. All right. Now we are going to go get now some backgrounds to mix with this image of Jesus. Again, at the beginning, like I said, as a designer, certain things like really bother my eyes. These 5 pixels, let's see how good my eyes are. 5 pixels? Is this 5 pixels? Oh no, I was way off. It's about 20 pixels. This little 20 pixels over there, this is probably closer to 5. Yeah, 10 pixels in there. Sometimes those little things really bother me. When you can see it on just black, it's kind of bothersome. When it's the full image, it's less so. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay. Bro, what are you doing to me? We got to go back to our Google Drive, and we are going to get some of the backgrounds. Ooh, maybe tonight we'll put the barbed wire tattoo on his head, too. We're definitely going to do the puka shell necklace. I think he said they're in here. I think the puka shell necklace might be a good candidate for being able to do our... a good candidate for being able to do the magic wand tool. Maybe not. Oh, here we go. Here's the Solana summon glasses. All-seeing eye. Ooh, good and evil. The good and evil are really good under the eye tats. But we can't do those with the Solana summer glasses. I think because we're tailoring to the Solana community, we should do the Solana summer glasses. Let's see. What else we got here? All-seeing eye teardrops.pdf. This one looks more in focus. Yeah, these probably are better. The all-seeing eye we originally wanted to use as a throat tattoo. You know? That's hilarious. So I think either of these will work. Let me go back. I think the second one was a little bit more in focus, but didn't have the good and evil. We'll download them both so we have them. Download. So when ABNDGO did this, as you can see in my Google Drive, our first method was to paint these accessories on a piece of cellophane so that he could just put it over the painting, over the canvas, and paint over it, and he could actually see it what it looked like, and it worked really well. The only problem is when you paint on cellophane, it starts to bunch up, and when you take a picture and you scan it, it has this texture that like comes through very clearly in the final image. So it kind of makes there's an inconsistency between the canvas painting and the cellophane. It creates an effect which is like actually pretty cool, but ABNDGO thought it'd be better if he painted it on paper so that it was a little bit more consistent. And so that's what we went with. But that's what these other glasses in here were. These are the original Pit Vipers on cellophane. Now that I have these, let me open them up in Shoppity Shop. Let's cut out the glasses. I think I want to go with the glasses next. Open in Photoshop. So it pulls up a PDF window. RGB color, we want to open it in full quality. And as these are opening, I'm going to go to the bathroom again real quick. And before I do these accessories, I don't think I saw them in the drive. However, backgrounds are super easy, super quick, even if they're not the fun. Oh, there's this background, this poured one that he posted in there. The ones that he posted are so good in the Discord. I think for now, I think we got to make this pour background. I've been wondering, like, the texture of this pour background is so fire. I love it so much. I think it's going to really work. It's so sick that I think I'm going to have to talk to ABNDGO about this. Maybe we'll post a poll on Twitter. Maybe we'll post a poll in the Discord. I'm thinking this pour background. I don't know if these pours, if they should be, I feel like they should be more rare. This is so sick, bro. Look at that thing. I wonder what Jesus is going to look like on this. Huh, the colors are different in the photographs than they are in the Discord. He says, ABNDGO says, use it, mess with the contrast. Hold on, I'm going to compare two things. I'm going to open the Discord, the images from the Discord. I'm going to pop them in real quick. The images that he posted in the Discord when he messed with the contrast, they seem a little more brown. But I kind of like it when they're less brown. That looks so cool. It's too bad. It's too bad we didn't do the Jesus on the canvas on one of these poured backgrounds. Because I think what we want to do is we definitely want to somehow get the original painting, the final painting, out into the world. So something we had discussed was maybe for this first run, doing something like whoever holds the most Lit Jesuses at the point when they sell out gets whatever the final version of the painting is. It would have been cool on this poured background. But either way, Okay, I'm going to go into our Lit Jesus. As you can see, I'm in many different Solana-based Discord channels. I'm heavy Solana NFT projects, bullish on Solana NFTs, Frack, Degen, Ape Academy, Crypto Kickers, Ape Shit. Bullish on Solana in general. Okay, where are we? Process. I will mess with the contrast, but I just want to do down and dirty quick backgrounds. I feel like this should be like the most, like this should be this, I feel like these painted ones should be like the stock background. This is just real quick. We're going to get more high quality photos of this. Since he's got some yellow in there, we don't want any yellow. We're going to make it, I don't think we want any yellow. I can always add some. I'll put that into the background. The hard part with the backgrounds, which, again, I don't think it matters, is getting the lighting to be kind of consistent. Especially when you have textures. And getting the contrast to be even. I really just use my eyes. It's not going to be perfect for something like this. It's impossible to make it perfect. Somewhere in that range looks cool. But we will make it close. Right now, there's a little bit of discrepancy. There's this highlight over here, but there's actually a highlight on his face on the left-hand side. So I think that's fine, but I'm going to darken it slightly because it bothers me. So I'm going to look for the burn and dodge tools are what I'd use with this. So I'm actually going to, the burn tool makes things darker, the dodge tool makes things lighter. So I'm going to get the burn tool. I forget where they put it. Is it the B? No, the B is the brush. I need the burn tool. It's in here. There it is. I need the burn tool, and I'm going to actually burn the highlights. You can burn the shadows, the midtones, the highlights. Very self-explanatory. I'm going to take the highlights. The exposure will be pretty much the amount of burning you're going to do. I'm going to turn my exposure down about 15%. I'm going to get a big brush, and I'm going to burn the highlights ever so slightly. That's too much. No. Now the left-hand side over here and the right-hand side look pretty even. I'm going to turn the exposure actually down a little bit. Yeah, now we're looking good. Now I feel good. Cool. So here is where, like, when you start laying the background and the Jesus, now is the point in which you start to, the very hard edge of the cut starts to be a lot more noticeable and a lot more obvious. So that's why later I'm going to go feather the edge a little bit. I'm going to use the eraser tool. I'm going to make it a little less harsh so that the two blend together and they look a little bit more natural. Because it's an NFT project and they don't need to look natural. To me, like, the fact that they are digital, like, we're mixing the best of both the analog and digital worlds. So I think they're cool. I think actually right now, and what I noticed about Jesus in the painting is that I think we're going to have to actually turn the level of contrast in Jesus himself down. So I'm going to open up the levels. I'm going to actually do this. You can change the colors and the levels in a way that's destructive or in a way that's not destructive. I'm going to do this because this probably isn't my final Jesus, and I'm only doing a slight edit. I'm going to do it in the destructive way. So you can change the levels by hitting Command L. You'll open the levels window. You can change the levels of the layer right on it himself. But again, this is a destructive edit. So that means that it's final, and I can't just change it. Or you could cancel that. You could come down here to the layers panel. you go to this little half circle thing, and this essentially is a non-destructive edit. It does the exact same thing, except for it applies a layer instead of doing it directly on the layer you're working with. So you can open up levels, and you can change it here. But the issue with this is now it's going to change the levels of any layer that's below it. So in order for this to just apply to Jesus, we're going to have to change the levels, and then we will have to create a mask by clicking Command, click on the Jesus, click the button that says Add Vector Mask right in the bottom of the Layers panel, and that should now, did it work? No, it didn't work. So I'm just going to do it destructively because the change is not hard. But yeah, you'd have to mask it so it only applies to just Jesus himself and not all of the layers. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm turning the levels down on Jesus to make him a little flatter. So it almost makes it so that he kind of is a little bit more consistent with the background that he's going on. And then for each successive background, I'm going to kind of apply the same lighting or same level of flatness to it. Right now, Jesus is a little too bright. So I'm turning it down just ever so slightly. You can click on and off preview to see the difference. You can see that it's like just slightly, but just that slight amount of turning the lights down in the layer, to my eyes, makes just like a huge difference. So now it looks like it's a little bit more consistent. That's cool. Dope. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save that, and now I'm gonna start cutting out some other things. I'm gonna go with the glasses next because the glasses are fun. And again, ABNDGO, I believe, traced this. We don't need this image because it's in our file. These should line up completely perfect as we need them. So the next two things I'm going to do are the puka shell necklace. So I'm copying the image, pasting it on our file, turning off the layer. And because this is the actual final file that I'm going to use to put in to our Python script, in this process, I want to determine in which order our Python script should layer things. So obviously the background is going to be in the back. Our body is probably going to be the layer directly in front of that, so that's why I have them laid out in this way. Our accessories will probably be on top. Our headgear will probably be the tippy top. We'll see how it works out. I'll have to get all of the files to really be able to determine it and play around. But I try to get this Photoshop file from the very beginning to be like kind of exactly what we need it to be. So for these glasses, I am probably, because the glasses are the glasses we're going to use, I will probably do this quick, simple, easy way with the lasso and the eraser, but I might actually try to magic wand it really quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very quickly use the marquee tool, which you just press the button M to get to the marquee tool. It's up here. I'm going to get the marquee tool. I'm going to select the glasses. I'm going to command copy. I'm going to go back to the Genesis file. See, now Jesus actually seems to... Now it seems like I made him too dark. So lots of design, kind of like painting, is iterative process. You make one change, it looks right, you come back to it, it looks a little different. You make another change, and you keep making these slight iterations as you go, and it slowly but surely gets to where you need it to be. So now I'm going to Command V to paste the glasses. I'm going to rotate them by pressing Command T. Right click, rotate 90 degrees clockwise, and that's our glasses. So what I'm going to do with these glasses, I'm going to try, because the magic wand tool is the fastest way to do this. It looks like the white isn't actually white. The magic wand tool, like I said earlier, works the best when you have one consistent color. And it looks like in that white we have some yellow. So I'm going to take what I'm doing is I'm opening the hue saturation box by pressing Command U. We have hue saturation. I'm going to click, and the master will adjust the hue and the saturation of all of the colors in the whole file. I only want to take the yellows because I think the yellow is in this white fucking us up right now for magic wand tool. The yellows are actually only in that bottom shadow, so it's not the yellows. Alright, let me see what happens if I just magic wand it. To get the magic wand, you just press W, pulls up, which is up here. On our tools panel, it's the fourth option, but you just press W. Your tolerance, where I'm at right now up here, changes essentially how much of the color it's going to try to grab at once. So 5 is an extremely low tolerance. You want it to get to I guess each time you use the magic wand tool, it's different. 40 is pretty high, 5 is really low, so I'm going to go somewhere in the middle, maybe like 20. We'll see how much it cuts. With 20 tolerance, it's going to leave us kind of a lot of shit on our glasses. So let's bring the tolerance up to 30. The higher the tolerance, the more of this kind of like white background it will try to cut. I think just because the image is what it is and it's photographed, the magic wand tool is probably not going to work. See all these crazy lines it leaves us? Probably not going to work here. So yeah, I'm just going to cut it out with the pen tool. That's the other thing too, is like once you stick to a cutout method, so the image looks consistent, it's probably the best to like stick with it. So I could real quick just to see. Keeping the cutout method consistent will make it so that the final image looks consistent. Certain things it doesn't matter, other things it's very obvious. So like, no, I'm just going to use the pen tool. We're going to keep it consistent. But also what I'm noticing now as I see this is Solana Summer isn't totally white. It's very dark, so I'm going to lighten that up. Not quite sure exactly which method I'm going to use to lighten those up because I want those to pop. So I'm going to use the pen tool. Again, same process as with Jesus. I'm going to find a starting point. Doesn't really matter where you start. You'll see when you take pictures, or you're going to have these pixels in here. So I'm going to try to go inside these white pixels so that I don't have, or these gray pixels rather, so that I don't have them in the final image. When you try to go around the pixels, sometimes you kind of lose the shape. So we're going to again do the same process as Jesus, where I'm going to start with kind of like the quickest down as dirtiest cut I can do. Sometimes it works well. In Jesus' case, my quick down dirty cut actually worked really well, so I didn't need to change it too much. Right now I kind of am in the body folder, so we're going to have to put that in the correct folder eventually at some point. The glasses, how rounded is the edge? The edge looks pretty pointy when you zoom out, so maybe going inside. These glasses are a little harder than Jesus because they're a little less high qual. Again, I don't want to make this corner too crazy. I want it to be slightly rounded. So to make the corner rounded, you place your point and then you pull your little handlebar. And you just adjust it. And again, you want your little handlebars to be pointed in the direction of where you want your line to be headed, so that it will be nice and smooth. For this cut, I actually want to zoom out probably a little. Sometimes when you're zoomed in too far, it's hard to really. And for this, I'm actually going to make the distance between the points a lot further, because I have to contend with all these pixels that are unwanted. And an easy way to do that is to make the distance between the points a lot further. And when it's like a shape like these glasses, you can get away with the distance of the points being further away. It's cool too because then the cutout it's quicker to make it. So I'm got these white pixels to deal with, which these I might just erase those. And then use the clone stamp method to fill in some of the areas that I have to fill in. That's going to be sketchy in my final image. But again, we go down and dirty with the cut first. And then we will refine it once we are done with the path. This is why the source image is very important. Because if you nail the source image as far as like how crispy it is, whether you're scanning it in or you're photographing it, it makes it much easier to do this cut. So when you're doing any kind of scanning, photographing, to digitally manipulate things, the source image is very important. Kind of like when you're making music and you're recording. You can try to do all of the digital tricks that you want, but nothing will be better than having a really good initial source. You know, like if you have a singer who's really great, you can auto-tune them. There's something about it that just doesn't feel genuine. So the initial source is important. Dealing with all these pixels kind of sucks, but it's okay because I'm also zoomed in super far. You have to remember this is an NFT format. And even in a 12 by 12 print, because we're going to be printing these, like I said, everyone who orders a Lit Jesus NFT will have the option to order a print. Well, actually, they will come with prints, so when you're purchasing the NFT, you're also purchasing a physical print. But the process will be that you have to, come at some point after we sell them and fill out a form with your address and where you want the print to go to. So when you buy it includes shipping too. So once you buy the NFT, it's all included. But I think I'm zoomed in so far on this that all of these pixels, even in the print, won't really matter. I, again, just am very anal with design. And I like it to be the best quality it can possibly be. So that's why I'm trying to go inside of these pixels. This one I might have to go all the way around the end when I'm done and just clean it up a lot more than I did with Jesus, but it's all good. This is just what we do as designers. We're cutting. Here's now when I go around here, can make the points between the pixels a little bigger. This underneath the glasses, I believe, is the shadow, like that will be on his face. So it gives it a little dimension, so they're not just sitting on his face like with a very harsh line. They look a little bit more natural. I may, because I adjusted the color of his face and because ABNDGO painted these on a piece of paper off the original painting. The cellophane is nice too because you can paint it on the painting and actually see what it looks like. So I'm not sure if this, it may. The brown color may just work like is the perfect shadow as is, but I also may need to mess with it a little to get it to not be so harsh, or maybe it's not dark enough. We'll see what happens when we lay it on there. And we'll also see if it lines up perfect. This is the other thing too with this method. When you're taking pictures of these images, obviously you're going to be at different depths. You're going to be sorry, I'm concentrating. You're going to be taking the glasses are going to be a different size than the Jesus. You can't just pop it onto his face and it's just going to fit perfectly. So we're going to have to scale the images of the glasses into their correct position on his face so that they line up perfectly. And then in subsequent live streams, as we have more bodies and hair and faces, we have to make sure that we'll have to make sure the glasses perfectly line up on all of the different hairstyles, etc. All right, so I got the down and dirty cut. We'll just, again, you're going to command click on the shape layer that was created. Then you're going to click back on the glasses layer. You are going to press Command J. That will give us the isolated image of our glasses. We have our glasses. I did pretty good on the cut. The thing that bothers me the most is obviously this little bit of white up here. Oh, man, a Wacom would be so good right now for this. I'm going to order a new Wacom. Because Lit Jesus is here to stay, baby. I'm going to be doing a lot of cutouts. So I'm just erasing this white little shit on top of the glasses. But see how it goes like in. This is kind of the problem sometimes with when you take pictures and you have these excess pixels that you don't need. I think right now I'm seeing. Did I erase a piece of the glasses by accident? There we go. What's going on right now? Oh, I was taking the shape layer. There we go. So yeah, that is a piece of his eye back there. Cool. All right. And we'll smooth out these glasses a little bit with the eraser. We're going to actually feather this a little bit more than the face. Yeah, it's better. So it's not so hard. So the edge isn't so harsh. That'll make it look a little bit more natural, a little bit more like a painting. And I think when this is big, this is when I got to fix this Solana Summer so that I don't shrink them down. By fixed Solana Summer, I just mean I'm going to make them very white and bright and noticeable. So that those words Solana Summer pop even in NFT size. What are you sending me, bro? ABNDGO sending me a picture of what I'm doing with laughing emojis. Okay. Okay. Oops. Let me get rid of Jesus right now. Get rid of my background and just see it on black. That'll help me. See, now that it's on black with my eraser, like, it's pretty sketchy up here. But when it's actually on his face, it looks great. Like, the hard cut is cool, but it looks less natural. So, like, on his body, it's totally fine. But on the glasses, it looks a little odd to have this super hard cut. So I want to use this eraser to kind of go around, use it on some of the hard lines to make them a little bit more wavy, a little bit more natural, like an actual painting looks. No one's painting this perfect line. It's just not how paint works. So like if you use the eraser too much, it starts to look really shitty and bad. So the idea is to use it just the right amount. Like right now we're getting in too shitty territory. Like that, we want to even that out. Some of these lines are looking too wavy, too crazy. All right, I think somewhere in there might be good. I'm gonna come fix this top a little bit. This up here looks a little wild, a little too wavy, I think. I think what I might want to do too, now that I see this in here, I might want to make these like actually darker, like more black. These pieces. Let me see what happens when I throw it back on Jesus. Let me shrink them down real quick just to see what we're dealing with here. I'm going to scale them back up afterwards. Solana Summer, baby. Where do they go? They probably go somewhere in there. Huh? They'd be on the bridge of his nose. Let me do this, actually. So what I do to try to place these is I will turn the opacity down so I can see his actual eyes. And that helps me know like exactly how would someone wear these. They'd probably be wearing them right in there-ish. Would they be smaller? That's probably too small. They'd probably be in there-ish, right? Somewhere. Something like that. right? Maybe a little bigger. Yeah, ABNDGO says seeing the eyes is cool. I kind of agree. I kind of think seeing the eyes is dope. I mean, it's not how pit vipers really are, like, but it's kind of fucking cool. So, okay, so what we're going to have to do with these glasses, now that I shrunk them down, is we're going to have to erase part of this shadow over here because it's not on his face. And also the shadow isn't on underneath here, which is kind of a problem. So I might need to add it here. Okay, let me make these a little bigger again so I can do the Solana Summer. It is cool, bro, when you can see through to his eyes. It's not how pit vipers are in real life, but it's pretty cool. I don't know. We're going to have to discuss this, sir. Mr. ABNDGO. Are we going to keep him like this? It's pretty cool. All right, let's get the glasses to be big again. I got to make these white, bro. We got to make these white. How am I going to make Solana Summer white? I either got to paint it or I got to draw it. Painting it's the only way, I think. Let me get organized here too. We don't need the originals anymore. Viper cut. We're going to turn these up here into accessories. I'm going to turn this into eyewear because I think eyewear is its own category. Pit vipers. Folder within a folder. Then this one is going to be accessories. Cool. We'll get to that eventually. So, okay. Now, I need to make Solana Summer brighter because we want them to be able to see it from a distance. So we're in a little bit of a pickle. What exactly do we do? There's a few ways you could go about this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the brush. We're making the brush smaller by pressing curly bracket left. That makes it smaller. I'm going to take the brush and I'm just going to, should I paint it? See if I paint it. Let me actually, before I paint it, I'm going to try to use the dodge tool. Again, we used the burn tool earlier. Now I'm going to try to use the dodge tool on the midtones. And I'm going to dodge tool. We're going to turn the hardness up though, so it's not so feathery. We're going to use the dodge tool. Rather than actually painting it white, I think if we just dodge it, but we don't make it too feathered. Right now it's too feathered. You can kind of like see the edges. We're going to use a really hard brush to dodge Solana Summer so you can see it. So I'm going to use this hard brush on a high exposure. 83 might be too high. But no, probably not. We're going to dodge her. Actually, yeah, 83 is crazy. Go back down to like 50. Even 50 is a little harsh because then you can see every single little. The problem when you use a hard brush is you can see every single little time you click or you press down. The softer it is, the lessen the effect, but then you also have a soft edge, which we need a hard edge. So I think maybe the idea, gotta make the brush a little smaller for this O, so click the curly bracket, the left curly bracket. This might also be something that I do off of the live till it's perfect. Like you could also use the pen tool for this and draw in the actual shapes, which would be super ideal. It will just take an annoyingly long time, but the result will be fire. Like right now this is going to end up way too soft, but I think it will stand out a little bit more. You get the idea. If I had a Wacom, I could easily use the brush tool and do this really fast. It's just very difficult with a trackpad. It's also very difficult with a mouse. With a Wacom is very quick. Having the tablet. You know, nowadays people don't use Wacom so much. They use an iPad. I'm just kind of old school with it. I've been doing design long before there were iPads, so I never got into the iPad. But now people like to use the iPad. I think for now, this little dodge method will work because it will at least make Solana Summer stand out more. And then I'll worry about going back later and really making it perf. Definitely brighter. For sure brighter. That's going to be a little too noticeable for my liking. The L's got this texture in it that the other letters don't. So I'm going to, once I'm done dodging the summer, I'm going to do the same technique on the black part of the glasses with the burn tool, just to make them a little darker. Because on the actual Solana Summer glasses, they're black. We went with more of the gradient from Solana's logo. Then we did the Solana Summer glasses, which are the Pit Viper knockoffs. But I'm going to go more with the black in the middle. Because right now, because of the image, they almost look like green. Again, I'm going to fix this offline tomorrow after the live stream, but I'm just brightening it up just now just to kind of, so for our test image they stand out a little bit more. I'm using a pretty soft round brush and using the dodge tool to dodge the midtones of the word Solana Summer, so they stand out more when they're small and on Jesus's face. What I noticed when I made the glasses small is that it doesn't look at the proper size, that it lines up perfectly with the going into his hair. So I'm going to have to erase that, but I'm not going to erase it yet. I'm going to keep it off a little until I lay the glasses perfectly on the face, know they're in the exact right spot, and then I'll do that last. All right, so for now, whatever. For now, it's cool. It's still a little bit too gray on these edges, but for now, we're just going to keep it. I'll fix it later. So now I'm going to go to the burn tool. Before I burn it though, I'm actually going to use the sponge tool, which makes things, the sponge desaturates or saturates areas. So I'm actually going to desaturate this part of the glasses a little bit right here. These parts that should be black, but they turned out green because it looks like just how the image is. So I'm going to desaturate it a little. I'm going to desaturate this nose bridge piece a little. Then I'm going to go to the burn tool. Make my brush smaller with my curly bracket, my left curly bracket. And we should burn, that's the highlights, so that's not going to work. We're going to burn the shadows. And that should just darken this up nicely. But I want to use a bigger brush. It's a little harder. This is where the hardness of the brush really matters. There we go. There we go. So we're going to darken that up. That's probably a little too dark. Cool. Sweet. Now I'm going to do the same thing up here. Nice. Black. Same thing to this section of the glasses. Too many strokes. I'm going to do it in one. Make my brush big and boom. Cool. Now we are I'm actually going to keep a big version because I want to go in Salama Summer later. So I'm going to duplicate the layer by pressing Command J. Turn that one off because I'm going to go back and make Solana Summer later. So I want to keep a big version so that I have that. I'm going to place them on his face. And again, I'm going to use the opacity on these glasses to see his eyes so I know exactly where to place them. I would need to place them, I think, somewhere in that vicinity. Like when you're wearing, yeah, it seems about right. Somewhere in there, I think. Something that's still kind of sitting not the best with me is this line over here, and this line's good now, but this line seems like it's not exactly. I'm going to warp the side of the glasses a little so that the line is kind of more how glasses would look. Warp the side. Yeah, bro. But now this side's a little whack, so I'm going to pull out a bit. Yeah, bro. But I think if these are on someone's face, it'd be... I gotta look at an image of someone wearing these glasses. Like, how big are they on someone's face? Like, are these too big right now? Are they too small? I think. Somewhere in there. So now I'm going to need to shrink them, ABNDGO says. All right, we'll shrink them. I'm also just going to like warp this bottom here a little bit into place. I gotta get rid of that bottom. I'm going to have to get rid of this bottom here so that this shadow is not on his hair, because that's not how shit would be in real life. Now, I could, with this, I'm going to have to paint a little shadow here under these glasses, but I will do that another time. Now let me see what happens if I get rid of that. Would they just be in his hair like that? Like, how would they be, bro? Maybe less hard. How would they disappear into his hair is the question. See, this is the one problem with on the paper. The cellophane way for this is just unfuckwithable. It ends up so perfect. It's a little harder this way. I also might have made this glasses too dark. If we do this hard edge, if we do this super hard edge, it doesn't look natural. Let me see if I can take some of the hair. What if I take some of the hair? Paste some of the hair. Although this might not end up working on all the different hairstyles. Then take a feather brush. Have a little bit like that. Then go back to the Bit Vipers. Go a little bit harder on the brush. I don't know, bro. I'm just not quite sure what to do with these glasses. What I think I should do is probably make them just less black and closer to the color of his hair so they just blend in more. That's probably the way. But for now, I'll do all this fine tuning of this at a later date. For now, we're just going to leave it. But I think what I'll actually do is I'll make these, I made them super dark. I'll probably go less black there and make them closer to the brown color of his hair, and so that way it'll be much less noticeable and you see it. Lit Jesus. All right, let's save Lit Jesus. There we go, baby. Lit Jesus has a pair of Solana Summer glasses on. I kind of love it when you can see his eyes through it. Kind of looks super dope. I know that's not how they are in real life, but it just looks pretty dope. All right, what are we doing next? Next, we are going to do the puka shell necklace. All right, we got our background. See, now that I'm seeing this background again, I again over here see the lighting inconsistent with over here. But I guess that's fine because he's got the highlight on his forehead. He's got the highlight on his glasses. So that tells us that the light source is coming from up over here. So that on the background is probably like how it would be in real life. And I'm probably the only one that will ever notice it. But because I'm seeing it now, I want to just turn the contrast up a little on the background. Maybe make it a little darker. Take my levels. Turn the darks up on the background layer of the levels. Yeah. And we'll turn the lights up so that we have more contrast. Yeah, bro. You guys, I am just loving this project. I think they're going to come out so sick. I'm so excited. Because it's like fully hand painted, but there's a quality about it that is still digital. So it's like we're taking fine art and we're bringing it fine art into the digital space, which I just find so fascinating and cool and gives it such a vibe that is new and different. Yeah, there we go. So we got contrast, but we make the layer a little bit of opaque. I'm really loving it. I'm going to now go get a poured background, I think, too. Let's see how that looks. Then I'm going to do the puka shell necklace. Then I'm going to do a chest tattoo. Maybe a neck tattoo. See why you got to make the Solana Summer glasses like Solana Summer pop more? Because at this size, like, and this is still on a computer pretty big, but like an NFT size in a phone, when it's like that, not really going to be able to see it too much. So, not sure what we're going to do about this. We have a couple options. The best option probably would be on the Solana Summer part of the glasses might be actually me to clone stamp it out and take it from the actual glasses and add it in so it's chunky and thick and you can see it when it's at this size. Or we could just get rid of it altogether. I think it helps the cause for it to be in there, though. I'll decide at a later date. But I'm going to go get the other background. Look at that. Sweet G's. You're so beautiful, bro. Lit Jesus. A meme letting us all know that the divine life force, the animating force of the universe, is within all of us. That's what the meme is. That the The animating force of the universe. The Brahman, the Tao, Krishna, God, whatever you want to call it. That force is in all of us. So we're portraying Jesus in all of these silly ways to get that message across. I love this, bro. Okay, let's get I gotta go to the bathroom again. When I get back, I'm gonna get the poured background next to see what that looks like. Puka shell necklace. Let's put the barbed wire tattoo on his head. Let's do a chest piece and maybe a throat tattoo or a neck tattoo. And that will be the first test Lit Jesus. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. He's going to look like so fire. I love it. Jesus is wearing Pit Viper, Solana Summer Pit Vipers, and a kimono. All right. Let's see here. Okay, next. Let's go to Discord. Let me get this poured background. Let's put her in there. On this white background, I'm going to go back in later again, refine this stuff. I'm going to refine the top of his head a little bit. Make it a little prettier. Oh, is this that small? What? Oh, that's his piece of hair still. Copy. Paste. Alright, yeah, we got a little poured background. Bro. Bro. It's as I suspected, though. Like, it kind of takes away from his face, but I'll just have to change the levels so it doesn't. Like, they kind of don't fit together, but it kind of also is so sick. It really depends on where you place it. Oh, it's such a hard decision. Wow. Wow. The actual photo, it's much less brown and much more blue. And I think that will help the cause here. The contrast between this photo of this poured texture and Jesus is much different. But I think it's because ABNDGO changed the contrast, he said, and brings out the colors. But let me just change it real quick and turn the contrast down. I, by the way, turn contrast down through levels. There's a lot, like I said before, there's a lot of different ways to do this. You could do it with the actual contrast, image adjustments, brightness contrast. Again, this is doing it a destructive way, which means you can't go back and change it later. You could do this with an adjustment layer, which I showed you before, which is on the layer panel. Little things like this, though, I just do them destructively, so I don't have all these unnecessary layers. But I usually do this with levels. That turns the contrast down, which helps, but I just have like more control with levels. I'll probably turn the midtones down a little bit. Yeah, turn this down. That helps. Now, in this background, I'm actually feeling like we got to turn the contrast of the darks in Jesus up. Yeah, there you go. That's all we needed. Bro. I feel like these poured backgrounds got to be the more rare ones. Maybe not. But also, like, to make different color, like to make different options, you could just easily take that one. You could take it, you could flip it horizontal, move it down. Although I think it looks way better the other way. But you could do this. You could just change the position it's in. You could then press Command U to get our hue saturation and our colors. You could change the hue on it. Like we could tweak these colors out to get more like the Solana gradient as the background. That would be pretty dope. So to do that, I think what I would do is I would go to the cyans and blues. And we would want those to be less blue and more of that like kind of like greenish thing that they do. And I think the reds, I think this brown color is kind of like reddish. Yeah, that's the reds. So we'd want that to end up being more of that like purple-ish pink thing that is in the Solana gradient. But yeah, so like to have different color backgrounds, we could just easily do this process to the same background. I probably won't end up using this one, but I'm just showing you guys what we could do to have different options. And obviously the more options you have, the more possibilities the computer has to create really cool images. That your human mind might not have been able to even fathom. That's what's really cool about these generative projects, is when the computer is creating them at random, it really does come up with options that your human mind would have never thought about. So it just creates a lot of really cool possibilities. And that's what's so fun about these projects. And why I think when you do it this way with paintings instead of digital art, especially like lots of these generative projects are pixel art or digital art, I think that the options just become so much more real and exciting when it's actually painted. There's all these details. I'm going to burn this side of the background to make it a little darker. I'm like not even close to the Solana gradient, am I right now? Like not even close, huh? Pretty fucking cool though. Dude, come on. Come on. I love it so much, bro. I love it so much. All right, let's get this puka shell necklace going. It's 2 a.m. You guys, it's 2. All right. Savor. get me back to my simple white background. Oh, we still got the halo tad. That's kind of a cool effect. That's kind of a fire effect. I kind of love that because he's still got the canvas texture in there. Wow. Wow, dude. I kind of love that. Okay, remember that. I kind of love that. Okay. Let's do the necklace. We'll do the necklace. I also have to get okay, we're done with the glasses. Necklace, which we have actually in here. The accessories. Let's rotate this 90 degrees counterclockwise. And we see, this was cool. ABNDGO drew us the kind of like outline of his face, which might help us line it up. Although I want to do this cut when it's big. I'm going to take this, I'm going to right now turn the hue saturation of the greens all the way off, but turn the brightness of those all the way up. And I'm trying to do the quickest cut possible here. So, but I don't think, and I've been doing the cuts with the pen tool. I'm going to use the marquee tool, duplicate the layer, delete, so that I have this bit left. I'm actually going to do this one, I think, with the lasso and the eraser. Why not? Make my brush hard. Start getting rid of the background. The lasso and the eraser, I think, will work for the puka shell necklace. It will help us keep it more natural and kind of get it done a lot quicker. I really hope we make a version of Jesus where he's wearing Kanye Jesus' king hat. How funny would that be? Definitely a Chance the Rapper 3 hat. So now I'm going to use the lasso. Tool and just lasso out little pieces of this at a time. Shit. So I'm lassoing out and erasing pieces of it, and then what I'm going to do is, as I do it, then I'm going to grab my eraser and do the eraser and the lasso tool kind of like simultaneously. I think I lassoed too much of this out. So when I do this technique, lasso, erase. So I'm clicking L to grab my lasso. Really quickly. Lasso. Erase. Usually the erase, which is you just press E to get the eraser. when I start the lasso and it's wrong, to stop it, you have to press Command D to deselect. Command D. Lasso. I'll probably try to get all the way around this shell. Select it. Erase. So I have a little bit left over here, and that's when I'll just come in with the eraser tool. And this is kind of sketchy in here, so I'll probably actually get rid of all of this. What the lasso and the erase tool does is it gets lots of these fine details that the pen tool you'd have to really fuck around with for a while to get them. And when there's all of these fine details, when it's super small, it looks better to keep the fine details. And so that's why I'm choosing the lasso and erase method on this particular accessory. I might choose to go back and do the pen tool if I'm starting to feel like this isn't gonna work. Again, design's a very iterative process. Sometimes you try one thing and it doesn't work out as you planned, so you go back and do it again a different way. But I think this lasso and erase way will work pretty well for the necklace. So we're lassoing and erasing. Sometimes it's a lot quicker than the pen tool. Sometimes it's actually slower. For most of the things I do in design, I don't necessarily care about speed. I care about the result. I don't think with design or any creative medium that there is a right or wrong way. There's a technically sound way, I guess, but at the end of the day, this is creativity. There is no right or wrong answer. There is an end result, and the end result is very subjective. So as the artist, I know that for me, it's just more satisfying if I can look back on my work and be happy with it. And so as the artist, for me, it's all about the feel. Like, how do I feel when I'm doing it? Does it feel good? And if it feels good, I follow that. So with art, to me, that's what it's all about. Doesn't matter the medium. Doesn't matter if it's graphic design. Doesn't matter if it's writing, if it's producing music, writing songs. How do you feel in the moment of doing it? And when I picked up this puka shell necklace, it felt like it would feel better to use the lasso and the eraser. So that's what I'm doing. Right now, the result is feeling like it's a little sketchy, but I've done this enough times to know that that sketchiness at a very small size when it's on Jesus' neck, that little bit of sketchiness is going to help our cause. It's going to make it look a lot more natural. So that's why I'm choosing this method. It's a little bit of feel. It's a little bit of experience. See, like, for example, this little wave wouldn't have happened with the pen tool. Because I'm using a brush in the lasso, it just kind of naturally happens, exactly like that wave naturally happens when you paint it. And like I've said a couple times, at small sizes, those little waves, they really help the cause for making the shit seem like this was actually painted on him. Because that's obviously our goal. I've talked to ABNDGO about that, is like when we first did the original version of the glasses on cellophane. It's like you could tell that they weren't actually painted at the same time, but I thought that like little bit of a digital flair like is cool. Because at the end of the day, we're making NFTs. We are like using fine art, but we're making NFTs, baby. And so having the digital, a little bit of a digital flair is cool to me. I like it. So like, as you can see, like if I had gone the pen tool way on this, the pen tool way for this would have been probably a lot faster. Probably like twice as fast. But I think it's valuable to show this way, and also I want the natural result. Like this line wouldn't have looked like that with the pen tool. It wouldn't have been so sketchy. It's actually the sketchiness that I want. And I'll probably do this same exact method on the tattoos as well. Any of the like really fine details. When you're cutting over big spaces, doing cutouts over big spaces, that's kind of like the pen tool works awesome. When you have these little tiny details, I believe in this lasso. The lasso, by the way, and the eraser is the quote-unquote wrong way to do this. If you were going to school for like graphic design, professor right now would be having a heart attack. They would be upset with you. How dare you do a cutout with the lasso and the eraser? That's not how you do it. It's kind of like in guitar class. When they try to get you to play a scale with a certain fingering. It's like, bro, my fingers don't work that way. I play it better when I finger it the way I want to finger it, you know? Definitely slower though. I'm telling you. I'm feeling like this necklace is gonna look sick. I, right now, am outside. If you guys haven't noticed, if you can't hear the nature, I'm outside on a back porch in the Adirondacks in New York. It is a beautiful night. It's probably like 65 degrees. And this is really peaceful, man. Life is really, really good. Life is incredible. I love it so much. Like, we're living in a world where you can paint a picture of Jesus. You can do a little bit of graphic design to it, throw it into a Python script, make 700 images, put them into one-of-one cryptocurrency tokens, sell them to people online from all over the world, and then those people online from all over the world flip them and sell them for more money in cryptocurrency to other people all over the world. It's awesome. And we can all share in the abundance together. It's really cool, you guys. Like, we're living in a world that is so incredible. There's never been a time in known human history like this. And I just feel really grateful every single day. Like, we're making a project called Lit Jesus. We're cutting out Jesus. Like, can you imagine the time of Jesus? How savage and barbaric humans were and how terrible it was for the average human compared to like the comforts we have now. And that's not to say that like many people still don't have it awful and terrible, because they do. You know, like there's plenty of work to do in the world to make it better, more spiritual, more compassionate, more tolerant, more kind. But like I always think of things like, how are we trending? Like, how is humanity trending? And it's trending in such an incredible direction in my mind, at least the world that I'm living in. I'm just super grateful for it every day. And I hope that whoever watches this is grateful too. And just know that whatever you're going through, whether positive or negative, can teach you something that can help optimize your perspective and your way of being. Bro, I think I got his necklace. Alrighty, puka shell necklace. Let's go. I'm gonna have to probably. Let's go, bro. Cool. Where does this go, dude? It goes probably somewhere in there, I think. That's probably how he made it to go. Dude, I love this. It's so good. Oh my freaking lord. Bro, come on, dude. I'm going to shave this one down a little bit. I might shave it down more. Bro, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so I just had a thought. Jesus can't have a throat tattoo if he's got this necklace on. And should it be bigger and down more? Like, where should he wear this thing? I think bigger and down more, probably. Somewhere in there. Although up higher was pretty funny. Kind of made him look more flamboyant with it up higher. That looks pretty cool. I'll have to ask ABNDGO his input however he intended this. See, down? I think now it's too close to his collarbones. I think it's intended to be up a little higher. I think if I turn it slightly, that'll help it fit in there a little bit. Get a little smaller. Yes, something like that. I think this little green thing. Get rid of that. That. Let's now. Bro, come on, bro. I think actually get rid of the top of this will help. Just a little bit. Yeah, dude. Yes. All right. Get rid of the top of that one a little bit. No, keep the top of that one. All right. Savor. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. You know what's cool is like I think the lighting of it looks pretty good. I don't think there's a whole lot we got to do to it. I do think on the glasses, is this our necklace? Necklace. All right, what's next, you guys? Next, let's do adjusting the levels of the necklace so it's not so white. It's pretty white. Preview it. See how I just turned down the white just a little bit of the necklace to kind of make it blend in ever so slightly. All right. You guys, what is up? What is good? Wow. Jesus is looking lit, bro. Okay. Next, I want to add the halo back. I think I want to get this background with the halo, with that in there. I want to see how the halo looks on this. I'm going to add a chest piece. I'm going to add the barbed wire tattoo on his head. And then I think then we have a test lit Jesus. His eyewear is just killing the game. I think what I'll do is I'll make because of the options we're choosing to do here, he can't really have glasses with some of the tattoos we want to do. He can't really have the puka shell necklace with some of the tattoos we want to do. So that's something we're going to have to figure out. How we want to program our Python script to operate, how we want to do our metadata. I kind of love seeing his eyes through the glasses. There's something about that that's just so fire. I'm also haven't tried yet. We did nothing to the lighting of these tattoos or to these glasses. We didn't make them darker. We didn't make them lighter. I kept it exactly as is. I gotta turn the darks up a little on the glasses. And then turn the opacity down. I'm gonna call ABNDGO on the line right now. Let's see what he thinks of these glasses. I need to know. Need to know what he thinks, bro.
Hey, what's up?
These glasses look fire when you can see his eyes, don't they?
Bro, I'm 1,000% into everything you're doing. Just do it. Do it.
But like,
You're doing really well.
are you on the live stream right now?
Yeah, man, I'm watching.
Should
I'm
I,
watching every second, man.
like, in real life, the glasses you can't see through to someone's eyes, but I just feel like it looks so cool when you can see through it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have both options, right? But like, when you just turned up the contrast just now,
Yeah,
and it made everything darker,
yeah.
it helped blend all the brush strokes on the glasses, and they start to look real glassy. So mess with that a little bit if you, I mean, do your thing, man.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is like, because when you scan them and take pictures, the lighting's always different. So you got to mess with the levels and keep going back and messing around until it's kind of exactly in the thing. And like when like near the end of the process, like we'll hop on the Zoom or whatever and we'll do it together because your eyes will see it a little different. But I wanted to see what you think of the glasses being able to see his eyes through it.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like you have both options. Like you can have both options, but seeing the eyes is just like something special. There's something like crazy about it.
I know.
So like, yeah, so definitely with the see through eyes is my clear favorite.
Okay.
The eyes clearly is my favorite, but the other one, dark, it kind of it started to look, it started to get that chrome look. You know what I'm talking about? Like it actually has in real life.
Yeah.
So explore. I mean, do your thing, man. You're doing great.
All right. All right. I just wanted to say I'm gonna keep
Okay.
going. What the the necklace?
The necklace.
Dude, it's so funny.
Man, I didn't know what to expect. Like,
It's looking awesome.
I didn't know what to. I didn't know what to expect watching a live stream, but like it wasn't this. Like this is so much better than I thought it would go.
Like,
You're doing really, really well.
No, I mean it's gonna be great. Like I
It's
just,
so weird watching it all come together in real life.
I know. Wait till we have all the hair, bro, and the hats. Okay, I'm gonna go keep working on it.
Do your thing, man.
All right. Okay. Okay. Bye. I gotta go get a sweatshirt. I'm freezing. I'll be right back. Okay. Where were we? I next am going to think that I want to get that halo isolated by itself so that I have that. So I'm going to go back to our Google Drive. I'm going to get one of these too. At some point, I'll get one of those. I'm not going to do it now. We got the barbed wire tattoo for his head. We have this chest piece that I could do. Yeah, I'm going to do the chest piece. Let's see. I could do 2 of the swallows on his chest. That could be funny. Let's do the halo. Although, you know, that original halo, I do think I like it better. I'm not sure this one's going to work out the same. But we could try it. There's a lot more texture in this one. The lighting isn't as consistent as I want, but I think I can mess with that a little bit. Yeah, that lighting's a little too reflective, I think. That halo, so I'm going to download this one. We'll see what I can do with this one. I might, with the halo, use the original one. The only thing with the original one is it's not going to work. I might have him paint me another one. I like... Let me just see what I can do before I speculate. Our Lit Jesus, our little tester, is looking super lit. He's kind of like respectably lit. He's not like super, super lit. He's respectably lit. Images. What's an XMP file? Did it download all the way? It most certainly did. Let's go. Lit Jesus. Open. This is again camera. We don't need camera. I'll play with the lighting later. Let me get this. We're going to cut it. We're just going to quickly use the marquee tool to select it. Don't need it anymore. Don't save it. We're going to paste it. And we're going to paste it somewhere in. That's the other thing. This one doesn't quite fit the same. I think it could work though. Let's see. Let's turn the opacity down so I can see where the other one sat in there, because the other one sits like just nice. Something like that. That'll work. Should work. And I think we decided we're not going to use the halo on all the backgrounds, but we want the halo to work with all of them. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Alright, so now make the selection smaller. Control J to duplicate it. Now I'll duplicate where your selection was. Now I'm going to bring this one to the top. Shit. Now, it's probably not a perfect circle. But again, I love the texture. I don't want to make it a perfect cutout. Magic wand. Kind of sketch. Kind of really sketch, actually. Should I erase? I think I'm going to go straight. Nope, for this, we're pen tooling it, guys. We're going to pen tool it. This one, we're not doing lasso. Remember when I said we did the lasso and the eraser method for the puka shell because it would come out more natural looking for our end result? I still have to play with this like shadow thing. I actually might even get rid of it on this, but I mean, look at the end result of that, bro. Looks really good. I gotta mess with the shadow thing on it, but it looks dope. So for this, I'm going to actually cut it out first, and then I'll mess with the lighting to get it a little bit more consistent with the rest of our image. We'll probably end up rotating it a little bit. I'll show you what I do with things like circles. You can just kind of like rotate them wherever you want to see where it like looks the best. But I love on this halo, but let me look at the original halo. On the original halo, like I just love this paint texture, how it's like not a perfect edge at all. And I want to retain that. I want to retain that, but it's hard when you have to cut it out. That's where a Wacom, I keep saying it, but a Wacom with the eraser, like you can get that perfect. You can use the right brush and get exactly that. Just gonna have to do the same thing I did. So we're actually we're gonna use the lasso on this again. We're not pen tooling it. We're using the lasso, but we're gonna make it kind of like pretty sketchy. We're gonna try to like stay true to the painting and make it pretty sketch, because that's how this circle is. Like if you really look at it, it's not a perfect line at all. And that's what I love about the halo. Like when I used to design for bands and do lots of band merch, for touring and recording artists, like I would try to replicate digitally these tricks. And one of the tricks is having these painted lines. They look sick. That's why handmade art is so cool. You know, like digital art sometimes I think lacks the soul. And I personally want to live in a world where technology is used to enhance the human experience, not to replace humans altogether. And right now, I think we're at a stage in humanity where that's exactly what it's doing. And so I love it the way it is. But I would be sad if eventually technology replaced all the art, all the music, and tried to replace humans. I think it can add to the human experience in so many ways. But that's why we're choosing to do NFTs based upon real art. To me, it's the best of the both worlds. And really, like the idea of anytime there's something new, you know, like NFTs or CryptoPunks, Bored Apes, selling for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, people, anytime there's any a new idea, new concept, especially when money's involved, there's a lot of haters, a lot of naysayers, a lot of people with an opinion. But really, like, if you just take, like, at its most basic level, what is it? It's art that's selling for a lot of money. It's just through a new medium of exchange. That's it. The medium of exchange is like digitally through the internet using cryptocurrency tokens and blockchain technology. But really, like the idea of art selling for money, like an art becoming an investment, is nothing new. People just, the medium of exchange is new, and so that's where people don't get it. Not only is the medium of exchange new, But there's a much bigger group of people who are into the age-old concept of investing in art, because it's a lot easier, it's a lot more accessible. You know, it's a lot harder to have a physical painting and have access to sell it to people all over the world. It's much easier with a digital NFT and blockchain. And so the medium of exchange is new and novel, but the concept of selling the art and investing in art is not new. And so that's why I think NFTs are going to stay around for a while. Because the concept, as far as people investing in art and buying art, is not new. It's just the medium of exchange. As long as the medium of exchange stays around, gets more optimized, gets better, these NFTs aren't going away. Now there might reach a supply and demand issue where there's the supply of NFTs and projects becomes greater than the demand for them, in which case the market will change. Every single NFT project isn't just going to sell out and go crazy, but whenever that happens, then you need to compete. And the most unique projects that provide the most value and make art that the market determines is the most interesting will stay around and will win. I think NFTs are here to stay. And let me tell you, when this NFT thing started popping off at the beginning of the year, January or whenever it started to really pop off, I was definitely one of those haters. I didn't understand it. I didn't get it. I've been converted. I've seen the light. They're fun, man. They're really fun. I think we're just scratching the surface too on NFTs and what's possible with them outside of just making silly pieces of art. So I'm really stoked. I'm bullish on NFTs. I'm bullish on Solana blockchain. I'm bullish on life. Life is so dope. Again, I'm cutting out this halo the quote-unquote wrong way so that I can retain the texture of the circle in a very easy way without having to make all these little divots with the pen tool. If I had my Wacom or an iPad, geez, this would be faster. I think that I gotta buy another Wacom really soon. I think by next live stream might have to go down. Although I also just believe in, if you're pushed out of your comfort zone, like I usually would do this with a Wacom, I don't have it because it broke. So lots of times when you're pushed out of your comfort zone and you have to do something differently, you learn new tricks, you learn how to adapt, and you get result that you might not have gotten otherwise. This waviness in here, that's what I want with this. I want to retain the waviness of the line. You can do it with the pen tool. I keep saying it. It's just sometimes the look and the feel is more interesting, more unique when you do it this way. Yeah, boy. I gotta get this over here. But also sometimes it's a little too crazy. It's a little too jagged. It's a little too wild. Like over here, it's getting real crazy. All right. My line is just too small over here, so I'm going to clone stamp some of this and make it a little wider. Boom, bro. Make it a little wider, a little wider, a little wider, a little wider. Yeah. Something like that. Now, we got to do this inside. I'm just going to have to do it again. There's just no other way around it. Because we can't really use a blend mode. Because if we use a blend mode, we're going to have to cut it out anyways. Because the blend mode, like, I could get this to look dope with the blend mode on this background. Actually, we could use a blend mode because we could just merge it with the backgrounds. No, but that and put it directly on the background and have it be part of the background rather than we could put the halo on the background itself and have that be part of the background. So in the metadata, like that's part of the background rather than a halo being its own piece of the metadata and its own attribute and its own property. It would be a lot easier right now to do it that way. I also in our metadata don't want to have too many properties. I don't want to have too much stuff going on. Bruh. It's pretty golden, man. It's pretty golden. I'll to save time for now. But the light is over here. The light is coming, source would be from over here like this. I think the light is too crazy on the halo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get back to normal. I'm going to go back to our burn tool. I'm going to burn the highlights, maybe the midtones. We'll start the highlights and see what happens. Boom. One little burn on there. One little burn there. Another little burn there. Nope, now I'm going to burn the midtones. Boom. 65 exposure is too high. We're going to turn it down to like 30. Cool. See what happens if I make it a big brush. I burn it. No, we kind of want it shiny because it is gold leaf. Maybe it would actually be better if I dodge the mid-tones on this side. Make our brush bigger with our right curly bracket. Yep, yep, that was definitely the way. now I think with that, no, we still need to burn the midtones. When it's burning the midtones, it's losing. No, it's pretty dope. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with this halo. Let me go to my undo panel. Where was I? How much did I do? I think it's putting it like that is the secret. I'm going to finish the cutout on it. Let's get it, finish the cutout on it. Let me get that middle part out. Let's see. Where do we go here? Let's turn the levels up. I wonder if it would be easier to. No, the wand's not going to work. The wand is not going to get the job done. Lasso and brush it is. See, this halo, because it's on a canvas, you know, if we had the perfect lighting, we might be able to get away with that wand. There's ways to maybe capture this so that it's a little less tedious. But because I have to do this, it does add more character to the final piece of art. I might have to go back and do this at a later date. But for now, I'm just going to quick, down, dirty, do it, get it done so that I can move on to the tattoos. I can have a test Lit Jesus. We can post it in the Discord. We can post it on Twitter. And we can get feedback. But once we start to see the possibilities, it's gonna be so dope. Once Jesus gets more different hairstyles, once Jesus has different facial hair, this is all gonna come together incredibly. It's gonna be hilarious. I hope it makes people smile and laugh and bring them joy. You know, like, even if people don't understand the message of it, that's totally fine. As long as they laugh like the art, I'll be stoked. More importantly, if they flip the art for way more money than they bought it for, that would be so incredible. I need you guys, if you're buying these, to flip them. It'd be so awesome if we could share in the abundance with our internet friends due to these Lit Jesus piece of arts. I am starting to run out of some steam here. It's almost 3 a.m. My energy's starting to feel a little bit lower, but I'm going to power through the rest of this Lit Jesus so I can post it. I think I've been streaming for maybe 3 hours. So this will give us a good idea of how long it will take us to finish too. As I've been telling ABNDGO, time is of the essence. However, I'd rather take a little longer than when we want to drop them to make sure the art is just dope, next level, cool as fuck. I'd rather take longer and pay a little bit more attention to the details rather than just rush out the project. You know, for me, like once you've been doing design long enough, like this cutout stuff, like this might be tedious to another person. This might be like incredibly tedious to someone, but for me, it turns very meditative. I just lasso and I cut and I erase and I erase and I lasso and I spin and I spin and I breathe and I lasso and I fuck it up and I just keep going and I lasso. Turns very meditative. You know, when you're doing design projects that are like weeks long, or even a design project that takes like 10, 12 hours. When you're designing band merch, sometimes you'll like really get into it with like a crazy design. Take like 10 hours. It gets very meditative. Or you're just like in the moment with your art. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. I'm just in the zone, lassoing. I'm lassoing and I'm gonna cut. Again, the lasso way, I'm remembering that this way is a lot slower. But the end result's more true to the original piece of art. That's for sure. So I'm down. Bullish. I'm bullish. I'm right there. You know what I'm bullish on, you guys? Solana. Before I hopped on this live stream, I checked the price. I think Solana was, it's on its way to 42. It's getting up there. That's with BTC in the 45s. Bullish, you guys. BTC feels like it's about to go on a tear. But this is crypto. We never know what's going to happen. Anyone that claims to know also doesn't know. Hey, there we go. Save. This is the gold leaf halo. So we're going to put this on. We're going to put this in the backgrounds in its own folder called Halo. And this one will be gold leaf. Yes, sir. So what did I like? So I kind of liked it when the halo was back here. So in this original base Jesus, that gold leaf is pretty bright in yellow. Okay. This one's much darker when you put it behind this because we have these levels going on. So if anything, we'll put it up here. I have no other levels going on, do I? When it's up here, does it? No, that's just the color of it. So when it's gold, it's actually gold. So we could just saturate it more. To get it more yellowy. My guy. I'm trying on different blend modes. The blend modes will only work, like I said before, if we're going to put these in the halo on the actual background, right? So if you like got rid of the body, so if we were to get rid of the body and the accessories, and that was the background file, that will work. What's cool with this is, like I said, if we want to make one very special NFT in this drop, the most rare one be an animated one where this is in 3D space kind of moving. There's some music going on. It really helps to have these on these own layers. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Halo. Bullish. Nice. What does it look like? See, like the halo does not work in this format with this. So let's see if we can get the halo to look cool. I would actually say on this background, the halo should be more like a silver. So what I would do is I'd take the saturation out. Like a really bright, and mess with the levels. Almost like whitish. Like, or on this background, we could just leave the halo off altogether, bro. I mean, it's kind of cool. Bro. Alright, okay. I don't hate it. I'll have to consult with the ABNDGO on this one. But you guys, you see how like you can see the rough edge of the halo? This is what you get with the lasso and the eraser tool that you can get with the pen tool, but it just doesn't quite have the same quality. At least when I do it. Maybe when someone else does it who has a different skill set, it would have a different quality. But when I do it, it's always how it's always come out. Just love it, bro. Pretty fire. Dude. Or is that background way cooler when it doesn't have the halo? I don't know. We'll consult with the ABNDGO. Either way. This is looking great, bro. Okay. Next, let's put the chest piece on. A barbed wire head tattoo. Or like maybe this. Maybe I'll do one like this. And then I'll get rid of the puka shell necklace and the glasses, and I'll do a bunch of face tattoos and tattoos. Maybe that's what we'll do. Yeah, I think maybe this is one. Let me see what happens when I already cut out before Although I'll probably do it at a later date, do it again to make it a little better. But I already think I cut out the handshake tattoo. Oh, there was a test, Lit Jesus. But I think with the puka shell necklace, actually it's a good test. Let's see what happens. I already cut out this. This is the first tattoo we did. This is the chest piece. Handshake. Tattoos. Handshake with a cross. I think in this context, like with the necklace, it's not going to work out. And like if he had a chest piece, it would be more down here. I'm not going to do this one right now. What I'm going to do for right now, maybe get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think this is one. This is one test Jesus. Now I'm going to do one where he's got lots of tattoos, where I'm going to take off the glasses off him. I'm going to put good and evil under his eyes. All right, let me go to the bathroom one more time, and then I'm in the home stretch of this live stream session. I think what I'll do is I'll have this be one, and then I'm going to take off the glasses, take off the necklace, tattoo his face like crazy, give him a chest piece and the all-seeing eye in his throat. I think if we want to do this for the metadata, interesting. We have options. There's many different things we could do here. I'm going to have to think about it more. I love this. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom one more time, and then I'm going to save this one. This is going to be one of the testers. Then we're going to put a bunch of tattoos on them. That'll be a tester, and we will call it for tonight. Alrighty. We will save this layer. Wait, before I save that, bro. Go to his eyewear. I'm so torn. Do we turn so you can't see it? Or do we make it so you can see his eyes through the glasses? I don't know, man. Are there any pit vipers where you can't see through them? I know it doesn't matter. I think that honestly, having transparency in them, I think it makes the file size much bigger. And for this, our file size is already going to be big. Oh, there are ones where you can see through them. Most of them you can't. I know the Solana Summer ones you can't. But there is something mystical about being able to see through them. And we can do whatever we want. And it creates such cool textures. Bro, come on. Yup. My guy. I just think when you can see Jesus' eyes, there's just something. The way ABNDGO painted his eyes, like, wow, dude, they just look so piercing and mystical. It's almost like important that you always see them a little. All right. I just have to make a decision here. That's small. You know what? Since this is going to be the next avatar image, I also don't know how I feel about. Let me duplicate this. I'm going to real quick use the clone stamp tool to get rid of this white glare and see what happens. It is not, for whatever reason, been sitting right with me. Again, I'm using the clone stamp tool to do this, taking nearby pixels, copying them. I don't know. Six one, half a dozen of the other, maybe. All right. that's it. I'm going to save that one. So now, like, when you organize your file, right, I'm going to clean this up afterwards, but when you organize your file accurately, like, these are going to be the different layers, then we then save in their own folders that our Python script will pull from to comp together the images. So we're setting the foundation for our code right in the Photoshop file itself. We're going to save test. All right, how big is this file? I didn't make it smaller, so 6.5 megabytes. So over 777 images, that's several gigabytes. But this is really big right now. Let's cut it in half and see what the saved file size is. File save as. And also, because we're just putting this online, this doesn't need, but I do want to see how big the image size is. Let's make it the exact print quality that we'll need. 1800 at 150. That's the exact size we'll need to print these when people order prints. So let's see how big it is. Okay, 2 megabytes. 2 megabytes? That's not bad at all. Our final file size only 2 megabytes? Bro, I'm down. So that means it would be over the 777 NFTs. That would be about 1,554. So 1.5 gigs? Not bad. And that's a high quality file that we can print. I'm about it. I'm about that life. Okay, I'm going to save it a little smaller for the web. Bro, come on. Let's go. We are just saving a web quality file right now so that we can post it on our Discord, and we can post it as our Twitter avatar. Then we are going to make one more Lit Jesus with a bunch of tattoos. If we didn't need to print them, we could easily get these under a megabyte. Easy. Which is good to know. Alrighty. Next, let's do the tattooed Jesus on. Let's remove the accessories. We'll remove his eyewear. And let's do this one. We'll give him lots of tattoos now. Okay, let's give him, we're going to put good and evil under his eyes. We are going to give him some teardrop tattoos, barbed wire forehead tattoo, kind of a play on the crown of thorns, and maybe some sparrows on the chest. So let's do it. We are going to do this just really quick, I think. I will go back later and fix these and make these real dope. But for now, because it's 3:30 a.m., let's see if we can just do these quick. We're going to use the clone stamp, choose contiguous. That will highlight just outside, or just all of one color that's connected to each other rather than all the same color in the entire image. Now we will need to, I'm going to level this out a little, make the blacks darker. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a blend mode. How are we going to get these tattoos on him so they look actually legit? I wonder if the all-seeing eye would look good if it was like a side of the neck tattoo. So pull the perspective this way. Scale it this way. Nah, bro. The black's too black, first of all. Tattoos aren't that black. Those blacks would be way lighter. Next, if this was a throat tattoo, it would be smaller. Somewhere in that vicinity. It would warp. And which way would this would wrap and warp? Kind of like it would bulge out over there a little. It would bulge out over there a little. And then these would warp kind of more around the throat like that, I think, right? feel like Jesus tattooed, he either needs to be covered. Huh. It ain't sitting right, this here throat tattoo with me. He's not sitting right. I don't know why it ain't sitting right, but it ain't sitting right. He can't just have a front of the throat tattoo. He would need like all kinds of tattoos. Let's try to get good and evil under the eyes. These we should be able to use the magic wand tool because I can get rid of all of the color information, desaturate it, give me a like super contrast between the black and the white. The magic wand, we're going to uncheck the contiguous. That will give us the ability to select all the white. We're actually going to undo that, and we're going to turn the tolerance up even higher to like 45. Yeah. So now we're going to make good and evil their own layers. Oops. Yeah, so now just really quick, select good, duplicate the layer. Evil. Scale them both down. So when someone's got their eye tattooed, bro. The perspective would be on their face a little bit, so it would be pulled this way, right? The L to look right is a little too tall, so I'm going to take it. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to make the L kind of a little shorter. Like that. That helps the cause. Oops. Control E, that will merge the layers. We rename it evil. And I'll pull that. I think too, just because of the nature that it's under his eye, we're going to take the little period on top of it. And we'll make it shorter and fatter so that we buy ourselves some space. We bought ourselves some space. Now merge those two again. Redial evil again. Alright. Now shrink it down in size. We got to play with the perspective of the evil tattoo, because if it was on his face, it would be tilted back a little. So I think we pull this, hit the perspective. Perspective. Why you know? Oh yeah. Why you don't wanna work for me, mine? I don't know how to pull the perspective so it's back. Maybe we don't need to. I think we should, but maybe we don't need to. Maybe it's not totally necessary. Maybe as long as the texture shows through a little. Just like an under the tattoo eye, that's not how it would look. Let's try to warp it. That way it would warp around, kind of like it would contour to the skin. And whenever you see these under the eye tattoos, they always kind of like look a little jacked up. Yeah, bro. Something like that, maybe? It wouldn't also be that, like, it definitely wouldn't be that black. At all. It would be more washed out, and it'd be more blending in with the skin. I somehow have to get the texture of the canvas of the skin. You know how we get the texture of the canvas? We get the texture of the canvas by reopening the images. Give me the canvas from, because he's painting some of these tattoos. He's painting the tattoos and things on paper. Like, Jesus clearly, even when you zoom out, even if you can't really, a trained eye can see that it's on canvas. And even the untrained eye like knows that it's not quite. So I think the trick is that we got to take the canvas texture and put it on certain things that don't have the texture. So in this case, we'll put the canvas texture on the good and evil tattoos. We're going to take the canvas texture from the halo, because the halo's got a nice white canvas piece. Graphic design tricks. Because like you can clearly see the canvas like on his face a lot. And so when it's not in the evil, it just doesn't look legit enough. So what I want to do here is I want to just take a piece of the canvas, like boom, 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 copy that, go over, and now get it to be around the same kind of size. Turn it. No, we're going to have it the same way. Then we're going to mask it onto the evil by, you start on your canvas. We'll replace canvas texture. Then you command click on the layer you want to mask. You go down to the layers panel and you click this little rectangle with a circle in it. Boom, there's that. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Command I, which will inverse the color. That didn't work. Before I inverse the color, I'm going to click on the black square. I'm going to hit the trash can, and then I'm going to apply. Now I'm going to get rid of the original evil layer, so I only have the canvas texture. I'm going to invert it. Now the canvas texture is on the evil. I'm going to level that out by hitting Command L. Darken that up, and boom. Now we have a little bit closer to the look we need. And I think we're going to have to do that to all of the tattoos. And plenty of the layers. Like, for whatever reason, the glasses don't need it. The glasses also didn't need it on the last test we did. I'm not sure why. There's some textures that come out in them that, you know, much better. Good. Ah! Ah! Still think there's something odd about placing these tattoos here. Fuck. I could have them do... Nah, we'll get it to work, bro. Give me that canvas texture again. Different spot. You mask it onto the spot you want it, which I'm putting it over good. So Command click on good. Rectangle with an open square at the bottom. That's how you mask it. You click on the black part. You delete of the oops. You click it. You delete it. You hit apply. Then you're going to inverse the color. Level it out. And there she is. And having that canvas texture show through on this makes it blend into the face so that you can actually, it looks a little bit more like it was actually painted on there on his face. I'm gonna have to get the warping correct though. Like, it would warp around his bones, like his cheekbones, kind of like that maybe. And like this, it would, if it was in his eye socket like that, like, you would have to somehow follow the contour of the face. Like, if this was in his eye socket, it wouldn't just... You know, it would be probably more in that realm. You know what I'm saying, Murray? The perspective would be more this way. definitely would be more that way, trending that way. For sure. Sometimes with this stuff too, as long as you just warp it so it's not straight, even if it's not totally perfect, just the fact that you warped it, it like tricks the eye. It tricks the eye into thinking. You guys, I'm getting super tired. I might post that test photo. Call it a day. And then reconvene tomorrow. I think that's what I might do. I'm feeling wiped. My brain is feeling cooked. I'm feeling less creative and energetic than I need to be. So I just want super tattooed Jesus. It's not as cool as I want it to be. Okay. That's fine. Let me, before I call it, let me try to get some teardrop tattoos on his eyes. Zoom in. Make this a little shorter. I'm using the really quick, just magic wand tool works awesome for stuff like this. Control T to transform, shift to just make it fat and smaller. All right, I'm going to come back to the tattoos tomorrow. I'm feeling just really wiped, not very creative. So we'll save this one too. We'll throw these up in the Discord, on Twitter, and we will be back at it tomorrow. Save. Lit Jesus test 2. Alright, guys. I think we made great progress tonight. Glass is looking dope. The necklace looking dope. The background's looking dope. We just need to work out these tattoos. The tattoos are going to be a little bit more challenging than I thought, but we'll get there. All right, I'm going to keep doing these live streams just kind of as I work through the process. Hopefully help other artists, other NFT artists that want to make NFTs from actual art, learn the process, learn what we're doing.